Yeah, I've always gone, well, I don't know what the password is. I always gone into the back.
That's what I did.
As guest?
Yeah.
I've always gone in as guest.
After 7 years, I shouldn't be guest.
No. Yes. Sure we can get the password.
It is now 10:15, and welcome to, its abbreviation is CFL. If you came thinking this is a meeting of the Canadian Football League, you're in the wrong room. This is Children and Family Law. A couple items from the chair as we begin. Many of you new to the House went through some training on raising your hand in order to speak and how to speak courteously and all of those things. And it takes a while to learn, especially if you've not been in an elected body before. So we'll walk you through the process. It'll take a little while to get used to. Secondly, there are several possible titles the one in the chair can adopt for him or herself. When I became chairman of Health and Human Services last term, I asked the speaker if I could be called illustrious potentate. That was rejected. I prefer the term Mr. Chairman, not Mr. Chair, but Mr. Chairman as a personal title. However, referring to the office and not the person, we use the phrase the chair, as in the chair rules or the chair appoints. So the office is the chair. I prefer Mr. Chairman. 3, OLS, Office of Legislative Services, is unusually slow this year in getting the bills drafted and sent to community services where they are assigned to committees. And I'm trying very hard to keep us going forward, even if I don't have too many bills that I can pick from for next week's committee meeting, so that we don't have a log jam. If those bills are kind of delayed on their end and delayed a bit on my end, we may have to have 2 meetings a week before crossover, and I don't want to do that. And I know some of you don't, because some of you have part-time jobs and have made arrangements for Tuesday and Thursday. 4, as a courtesy, several days ahead of our committee meetings where we will be having hearings, and even before the calendar comes out, I try to contact the prime sponsor of a bill regarding when I'm going to schedule it. I'll accommodate as much as I can. Perhaps there's an important witness who cannot make it on the 17th. And if at all possible, I can defer that bill to the 24th. Perhaps the prime sponsor is going to be prime sponsoring another bill in another committee. I can try to work around that with the other committee chairman or chairwoman. So if I call you or email you and leave you a message, it's not only courteous, but it's in your best interest to get back to me as soon as you can, because it may just well be about a bill that you're prime sponsor of, or that you are a co-sponsor and have a great investment in it. 5, when we hear a bill, if it looks like we're pretty much in agreement, I'll ask for a show of hands or nodding or whatever. That's not binding, it's just a sense of the meeting. But what it will say to me is we are pretty much in agreement about this bill, in which case we can go to exec it right away. There's no need to wait on it. We're not going to change our minds. We're pretty much in agreement. This is helpful. It's very much helpful so that we can have some bills to get out of the way early on before the logjam occurs just before crossover. Sometimes, however, we're not going to be in agreement. However, we might come to agreement, in which case, in my former committee, I would pick 1 or 2 Democrats and 1 or 2 Republicans and ask them to get together in person, on Zoom, on a conference call, however they wish. This is not a 91A violation, because it is 3 or 4 or 5 people meeting informally. It's not a work session. And that way, if they come back and say, hey, we think we have found some common ground. Now, what I would be looking for second best is a compromise. First best would be a comprehensiveness. And many times in my former committee, what we did was we took the best of what might be called a Democrat position and the best of what could be called a Republican position and found that we could come to common ground. Sometimes it wasn't Democrat versus Republican. Sometimes it was some Democrats and Republicans versus some Democrats and Republicans. But the people would come back with a suggestion saying, you know, if we had this amendment, I think we might have something worth keeping here. Now, I will never ask people to violate their consciences, but only about 10 or 15% of what we do here is really core conscience. And some of the disagreements may be on the best way to achieve something, like the best way to help the child. That is our goal. There may be different ways to get there. And some of those ways may clash, but can we find some common ground? In my last committee, we often did. And so a lot of our bills came out 21 zip or 19-2. We didn't start off that way, but we got there. It's doable. Now, 6, when we have public hearings, please talk to the people you know who are going to come to the hearing and testify. Please talk to them about what our committee is and what our committee isn't. Let me use an analogy. Last term, I also chaired the DHHS Oversight Committee. In response to newspaper reports that the New Hampshire Board of Medicine was not transparent in reporting 20 malpractice settlements against a certain surgeon, you've seen that in the paper, you've seen that on TV, I named a special subcommittee to investigate this seeming lack of transparency. There was a lot of anger out there, believe it. There was a lot of angry people. In anticipation of our subcommittee meetings, a few individuals called me to see what punishment I would be meting out to that surgeon. And my answer was, I will be meting out no punishment. That is the job of the Attorney General. And there is an investigator working on this very thing. That is not the job of a policy committee or subcommittee. Also, there were a few individuals who called me wanting to know how much financial relief we would be awarding them because of the harm that happened to a loved one incurring extra medical bills. And I said, that is not our job either. That's where you hire a malpractice lawyer. And so if people come to a committee and they're all steamed up and expect our committee to do certain things, they need to know there are certain things we do and some things we don't do here. Let them know, or they will be disappointed, or they'll be angry at us. Our task, referring now to my subcommittee again, was twofold. Review the laws and procedures regarding how complaints against physicians and surgeons would be received, investigated, and reported. If we thought the laws needed to be revised, we are a policy committee and we would eventually work to get those laws revised. If we concluded the laws were good, but they just weren't being followed, we can come up with a bill that maybe puts some teeth into what happens to people who don't do what they're supposed to. But meantime, that gets kicked over to the Attorney General's office. I don't even have subpoena power, much less a standing army. And then the second thing that we did was to make sure that the Board of Medicine's investigative unit had sufficient funding to do their job. That's why sometimes a bill you will see has FN after its number, fiscal note. We got to spend some money to get done what we want our policy to be. So please, let your people know that if they're really angry because the system is broken or the system has hurt them, they may well be right. But what we do is to try to address laws. It's not hopeful if somebody wants to testify and it becomes a lengthy rant against the system. We could probably join them in their rant. We don't need to hear that, but they need to be heard. There may be other places, other venues where that may be the best place. Time allotment. My heart goes out to people who have taken a day off of work, maybe losing a day's pay, or incur child care costs for them to come here to testify only to be frustrated. In my first term in the House, people were allowed in our committee to testify at length. And if you get 40 or 50 people signing up to testify and the first 5 or 10 go on at length, you can figure out what happens. I recall one hearing that started at 1 p.m. I look at my watch, it's now 4:30. There is still a stack of pink cards. Some of the committee people have left. They have to go home. And so they didn't hear the testimony. Others who wanted to testify and have taken a day off of work, have hired childcare, have to go home. And they have wasted a day and maybe wasted a day's pay. So in my committee last term, I adopted a rule that some others have adopted. The prime sponsor of a bill gets several minutes to explain the bill, a little bit longer if the bill is complicated. I give the same amount of time to one person on the opposite side of the issue. And then, depending on how many pink cards I have, I will set a time limit that is the same for everybody on either side. We adopted a rule saying if a time limit is going to be the same, and if the chair wishes to change that, the chair needs to simply note in the folder on the bill why. You've heard my blanket statement. If we're going to have a time limit, it is after the first person for and the first person against has spoken. I think the best speech I heard last year lasted 37 seconds. This person had written it out ahead and got rid of extraneous words, bunny trails, and so on, and got it down to 3 points, each of which was illustrated with 2 very helpful sentences. 37 seconds. She nailed it. It can be done. What we also did when we were giving people 3 minutes is at 2 minutes 45 seconds, we held up a warning sign, 2:45. At 3, an alarm went off. Somebody had a phone with a buzzer. And at 3:10, and invited the next person to come up. That may sound cruel. That is quite the opposite. It makes sure that people who have come to testify are heard. When there's a lot of people, it is the way to go. So, chairing last term, only once did my committee have a meeting that went on past 4:30, and that was when the Senate sent us over a Christmas tree bill with 87 parts. I have served notice. That one's dead on arrival if they pull that again. Rarely did a committee member have to leave and not hear people's testimony. Rarely did a pink card signer leave without testifying. And I think we had a second day of hearings only once. So that's what I like to do, and I think it works. Now, let's get into a heavy thing. Some of you know, in fact, this morning earlier, some of you even told me this committee has not always been looked upon with good regard. 7 years ago, Speaker Sean Jasper tried to abolish this committee. Few people, I'm told, sign up to serve on it, although a few of you, this was your first choice, or your first choice to come back. But still, the reputation in the negative is not because it's wrong to be passionate. It is good to be passionate about families, about children, about a group in society that believes it is being mistreated. It's not wrong to advocate for that. It's right. The problem is sometimes people forget that we can disagree without being disagreeable. Those of us, because I'm one, who have been an advocate, know that sometimes you can pound on somebody and wear them down, and I have done that. That doesn't happen in this committee. Advocate your position, make your case. There will be people on the other side just as passionate, and they believe for good reason. Even before I came into the legislature, I heard from people who told me they were running for the House because they had been badly treated by the judicial system and wanted to do something about it. So far, so good. But some of them went on to say, I'm going to conquer to straighten them out. And they came in with guns blazing. You know, that almost never works. In fact, sometimes it's actually counterproductive. Well, last term we were quite passionate about a number of the matters we addressed in my Health and Human Services Committee. But we always held each other in esteem and treated each other with respect. And often we would, in the beginning of the term, make sure that a Democrat would invite a Republican to go out to lunch together to get to know somebody in the committee that is different. My favorite story, and Representative McMahon, you may remember this, was Representative Jerry Knurk, a progressive, retired spine surgeon from Freedom, put his hand up. The chair, Lucy Weber, called upon him, and he argued from the right. And I'm thinking, who has crept into Jerry's skull and changed him? Well, after he advocated the conservative position, I wasn't hearing much advocacy for the opposite, so I put my hand up and I advocated for the left. Why? The position wasn't being articulated. And then we all had a good laugh. If you've ever been in debate club in school, sometimes you're given, argue this point. And you don't personally agree with it, but that's not your job. Your job is to argue a different point. And sometimes by trying to, at least in our own minds, argue the other side, we may see that there's some points in it that might just work, that might lead to that comprehensiveness. It just sort of happened spontaneously, but sometimes we did it intentionally. Now, I have already made one ruling here by virtue of my chairmanship. It has come to my attention that Representative Levesque was not taken out by this committee for a drink on her 21st birthday, and we are going to rectify that. I'll make you that promise. We're going to fix that. All right, before we do the sort of meet and greet, now's the time. If you have any questions, I saw Representative Moulton. You had your hand up?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm just wondering if a committee member was to miss part of, because you mentioned this in your speech, if someone was to miss part of a committee meeting, is it in YouTube or something that we could watch it later? Like, is it archived?
I think so.
Okay. No, that's good to know. I'm making every effort to be here for every committee. I actually got a work shift switched so that I could be here today.
I remember that. Thank you for doing that. I wish I could have accommodated you,
Right.
but there's two other committees that want this room.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand
you.
that. So, so of course, like throughout the year, I'm going to do everything I can to be here, but I'm just wondering just in case.
And Representative Moulton, thank you for, as a rookie, your first time with a hand up, knowing to push the microphone button on. You know, I've met people who have been here a long time and they still have trouble with that. So thank you. Anybody else? Any other responses to my opening salvo? Well, if you think of something. Representative Bickford, welcome back. How long have you been away?
From this committee or from the legislature?
House.
From the House?
Yeah.
I left in 2016.
That's when I came in.
I started in 1996.
Wow. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I started on this committee and spent 12 years on this committee.
Wow.
And then I spent 4 years on municipal and county government.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had a good vacation and working on town government the last.
You look all
6 years.
fresh and ready for action.
I am.
Good.
There was just one thing that you said that I have to say I'm somewhat opposed to.
Okay.
Not somewhat, but I am opposed to. And that's the straw poll idea on the same day that someone presents a bill.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think it's rude, quite rude to the sponsor. And I think it's appropriate to give them the opportunity to come in with an amendment rather than quickly just shuffling it out.
If the sponsor of the bill, having seen the discussion, is pretty much in agreement with the sponsor's bill, still wishes to make an amendment and says that to me, I will happily defer. I've never seen it done that way, but it could be.
Yeah, well, during some of my years here, we did away with the idea of quickly dismissing things out of politeness, as much as anything, to the sponsors, and gave them the opportunity to come back with an amendment.
How would they want to come back with an amendment if the sense of the meeting is in pretty much full agreement with what they gave us?
Well, we always waited till executive session to
Understood.
make those decisions on, even on a straw poll.
Well, I would be happy to be reminded if it looks like the committee pretty much agrees with the bill as we heard it. Remind me, please, to ask the sponsor if the sponsor is going to bring back an amendment or not. And if the sponsor says, I would like to bring an amendment back through a member in the committee here, sure, I can delay that.
Well, we usually move things pretty rapidly. So as soon as you're done with one, you're on to the next bill. And the sponsor's bill's gone. And sometimes they're off on another bill. I've done 2 bills or even 3 on this day. So it's just a matter of giving them the opportunity to come back with amendments.
I will ask them.
So anyway,
I'll ask
I
them
don't
when
want to be
I hear.
argumentative about it. It's just my experience.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? Now I'd like to do the meet and greet. And tell us your name, where you're from originally, where you live now, your education, from where, what was your major, what your employment was or is, something about your family, your reason for being in the house, and 1 or 2 curiosities about yourself. And you get a little over a minute to do it. And I'd like to start with the clerk, please.
Holy moly, do I have to answer all those questions, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you will be graded on it.
All right. Well, I'm Peter Petrino from Milford. This is my 3rd term. I'm originally from Boston. You can probably tell by the accent.
Boston.
Graduate of Boston State College, master's in education and minor in political science. I've been a resident of New Hampshire since 1987, married, and I have 2 children who I love very dearly, and 3 grandchildren. Happy to be returning here, serving as clerk on children and family law. And as I'm thinking, I'm trying to recall all the questions that you had asked. Did I miss any?
1 or 2 curiosities about yourself.
I don't know. High school teacher for 41 years. How about that?
Good.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Ball.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lori Ball. I am from Salem. I am a retired school teacher, public school teacher. I've been in education for 30 years. Master's in education, certified in 4 areas of education. Sorry, it's all education background. But I'm a elementary school certified, special education certified. I'm a literacy specialist and emotional behavioral specialist. I was actually excited to be on this as well, as I'm very much concerned or interested in family court and what happens. Did have experiences with some of my students with the court system. I was also a CASA for a year. I am married for 40 years. I have 2 children and 5 grandchildren. And new learning experience. I'm very excited to be here.
1 or 2 curiosities about yourself.
I'm curious to see if I can do this. I'm confident I can, but it's a new chapter in my life since I'm now retired after being in education for 30 years.
Thank you. Representative McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlie McMahon's the name. Out of Salem, New Hampshire. I grew up. I live in Windham, New Hampshire. I've been in my 11th term now, so it was 20 years on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs. Prior to that, I was a long-term Board of Selectmen member in Windham, and I have a attitude of being an aggressive advocate with manners. So it's also bordered by saying, let's get it done while we're young. So that puts me in direct conflict with many people sometimes, and you end up speaking to an empty room. But what I learned over time is to accept and respect the multiplicity of opinions and intentions, and there's also the public agenda and then the hidden agenda. And in doing and working together, then we can accomplish something great for our state and for our fellow citizens. My background is I'm married 40 years as well. I have 3 children, 1 severely handicapped due to medical malpractice. And that's made me very sensitive to the needs of those who have quiet challenges that they keep private in their homes but need assistance. And I brought that to my attitude here at the State House, is listening first before making pronouncements and recommendations for action. So, and also working together as a team. So cooperative collaboration to achieve consensus and getting it done while we're young. So I'm looking forward to meeting with everyone here.
You bring a note not just of reality to the subject, but you also bring a note of realty, don't you?
Thank you for your immediate recognition of the obvious. Yes. Yes, and I just have one unique thing is where I learned a lot of this is I have an athletic background. That's where I learned a lot growing up, setting goals and even getting knocked down a lot. I was a football player, and I got as high as a tryout with the Dallas Cowboys. And then learning from those who are successful at the highest levels and the real commitment to excellence to earn consideration at the highest levels is what I like to say we do here as representatives coming from our various multiplicity of backgrounds and bring that benefit to us all to learn from each other.
Is it fair to say, Representative, that you do not consider yourself old, but in fact, what do you consider yourself?
Aggressively mature.
Thank you.
Thank you for remembering.
We were on the same committee for 6 years, if you recall.
Your memory impresses me yet again. So very good. Thank you, sir.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you. That's hard to follow up after that. So I'm Heather Raymond. I'm from Nashua. I grew up in Virginia, though, so I have come quite a distance to come up here to the Northeast where it's cold. I have a bachelor's of science in psychology from Worcester State in Massachusetts, and I've been here in New Hampshire since 2010. Let's see, professionally, I was a forensic interviewer for state and local law enforcement when I lived in New York State for several years, and that's interviewing child victims of sexual abuse and severe physical abuse. Then when we moved here, I worked for DCYF until 2016, and then I worked for CASA as a program manager for a while. And then you can all see I have a cane. If I seem a little unsteady, it's because I had brain surgery this past year. And so I stopped working and started volunteering. I'm on the Board of Education in Nashua. I was the president of the board throughout COVID, and I'm on the policy committee down there. Let's see, what else? I've been married for 19 years. I have 2 kids. We're right in that fun middle school, teenage,
Oy.
beginning of high school years. So it's a little intense in my house. And curiosities about myself. Other than my super cool cane and my still learning to walk again, I paint, and I have been working really hard to redevelop that skill through occupational therapy. So
Houses or floral arrangements?
So I paint, this is so silly. I paint mostly animals, birds. I do portraits of people as well. But to make money, mostly people like pet portraits. I don't know why people would rather have me pet their paints than their pets than their kids, but I do a lot of dogs. So
They don't sit still for the primer coat sometimes. Thank you, Representative Nelson. The only one I've seen who has a first name on your nameplate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll start with that curiosity first. There were two Representative Nelsons when I came here. I was the second Representative
And
Nelson.
Bill retired.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I believe that's why my first name was also included on there, to not be confused with him.
Well, there were two named Pearson in the House.
Right.
And I think it's because we tend to swipe each other's nameplates regularly, they decided not to. But go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name's Jody Nelson. I'm from Derry. I have lived in Derry since 2008, moving up here from Massachusetts with my husband of 22 years. I have 3 children, a stepson who's 30, and my husband and I have 2 children together. Our daughter's 21, and our son is 12. He was a very big surprise because I wasn't supposed to be able to have any more children after my daughter. So it's wonderful to be able to experience the last one and fully enjoy him. I studied elementary education at the University of Massachusetts, but I chose to go into the corporate world. Most of my experience in the corporate world was in private equity, a private equity company in Boston, where I developed a very thick skin, and which is helpful here in this environment sometimes. So I moved to the Northeast from Pennsylvania when I was 11, and that's where my whole family resides now. And I guess that's it. Other than my other curiosity is that I'm a rabid hockey mom.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr.
And yes, you are, apparently, from what I understand, related.
Yes, I am from that Gregg family by marriage. No bloodline there, but I'll go ahead and start with that. So my husband's cousin is Judd Gregg. His great uncle was Hugh Gregg. We are the last Greggs in Nashua, and that's where I currently live. I wasn't lucky enough to be born in New Hampshire. But I was born in the Midwest in Illinois, way south of Chicago. So I usually say St. Louis because about a half hour from St. Louis in Southern Illinois. I'm proud to be from there. Even more proud to call this my home now. My husband was born and raised here, obviously with the Greggs. But anyway, my background is actually, you guys are at the precipice of what I call my new life. So I am a survivor of domestic violence. I have been out of that situation for 6.5 years. It was an extreme situation. I came out of that and started advocacy to see how many people I could help. I have helped women and men in 3 different countries and over 30 states to get into safer places. Which I have to look at a lot of legislation in different states when I do that. And so what are they bound by in that particular state? So when the pandemic hit, I had time to research here. That's what led me to run for office to see if we could move what I do in an advocacy way to more of a legislative level. I call myself a trifecta mom. I have 3 kids. They are my trifecta. Also amazing survivors and incredible humans. I'm always happy to talk about them. Noah, Ethan, and Emma. The grand finale was the girl, and I'm teaching her to drive, so bear with me. If you want to know judgment, that's who you should ride with, somebody that's in driver's ed. So I was actually a stay-at-home mom, a very controlled stay-at-home mom for most of my life. And then 6 years ago, I stepped out of the shadows and said never again. And so I talk to groups about domestic violence, help break the stigmas. I have a blog that also does that, and help individuals in that aspect. That won't change. So I think they call the official title a life coach. And so, that's all kind of curious, right? Do I need two curiosities? I am in my family line. So obviously the Gregs I married into, but in my family line, I have another kind of political thing. I don't even remember how many greats, but uncle, whatever, William Herndon helped get Abraham Lincoln elected. He was his law partner, and that is my maiden name is Herndon in Illinois. So, always had a healthy knowledge and respect for the political system because of that. So, anyway.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Seidel.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sheila Seidel. I'm from Goffstown. I've been in Goffstown for 30 years. Born and raised in Manchester and then in Bedford, New Hampshire.
Louder, a little louder.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
born and raised in New Hampshire. Is that better? Should I read?
Actually, it does it for you if you, yeah.
I am retired dental hygienist of 35 years, having served mostly the Goffstown community, Manchester area. I'm married of 31 years. My my children are 29 and 24. Our son just moved out to Seattle, Washington, which I'm not crazy about. He loves it out there. I'm here because I want to be a voice for the unheard, and our children, I think, are a big part of that group. I don't have anywhere near the background of so many of you, and I'm anxious to start developing that background, and working with all of you to help our children. That's about it.
Curiosities.
I love the outside. I love landscaping, building rock walls, making rock gardens, just being in nature. I'd rather be out than in.
Wow. Great. Representative Moulton. 2 for 2 on the microphone button.
I did not grow up in New Hampshire. I grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
In the city.
In the city, yep. So technically within the city limits, but kind of on the outer edge. If you know where Bucks County
Yeah,
is,
yeah.
right there, but within the city limits. So I lived there until I was 17, and then I moved to Florida. I lived in Florida for a few years, about 5 years. My oldest son, I was married. We had the ceremony in Philadelphia, but my son was born in Florida. We just kind of came up for the ceremony. We were married. My son was born in Florida, and then we moved to upstate New York, which is where my husband is from. And we lived there. That's where I went to college.
Where'd you go to college?
SUNY Plattsburgh.
SUNY Plattsburgh, yeah.
Yeah, so right near the Canadian border. We lived there for about 10 years. I got my bachelor's in biochemistry and then decided I didn't want to work in a lab. And I went back, immediately right back, for a bachelor's in nursing. And I have been working as a nurse since 2013. So 10 years now. Time really flies. We moved to New Hampshire in 2016, and we moved to Manchester. I've lived in Manchester ever since 2016. My second son was born when we were living in upstate New York. So that I have 2 kids, and I work in Boston now as a registered nurse. And I chose child and family law because Representative Gregg and I should talk, but basically I've been in the court system since March because April, since the marriage is dissolving, and I am well versed in a lot of these laws. Not necessarily them directly, but what they mean and who the players are and things like that. So I feel like even though I have connections with, Health and Human Services, I have connections with education because I've worked as a substitute for on and off for a couple of years. I just felt like right now my services would be best served here. So this was actually my first choice.
Couple of curiosities.
Yep. I actually sew some of my own clothing. I've made quite a few pieces, but I don't plan to be a fashion designer or anything, but I can sew. I also like plants. I would like to go skiing if we ever get some frozen precipitation. I enjoy skiing a lot. I kind of do a little bit of everything, so.
Thank you. Representative Perez.
Thank you. Representative Perez from Milford, District 43. I was born in El Salvador. I migrated here when I was not even 16. I learned the language. I learned the culture. I'm a survivor child of a sexual assault. I'm a survivor of domestic violence. In 2016, I decided to go with the New Hampshire Family Services, and then I did a training for 30 hours. I started volunteer after I left my domestic violence marriage. And I started helping women in prison who didn't know how to read or write in English or Spanish. And for me, that was the beginning of healing from the domestic violence and everything that I have been going through since I'm 5 years old. And I decided to get involved with a lot of different areas, and not just child services or domestic violence, because I think it's critical, especially in my culture. It is difficult for us to speak up. A lot of times our voices get silent because we're not allowed to speak up about it, especially when it's someone related to you who does that sexual assault. And why I decided to be in this committee and why I'm grateful to be in this committee is because, not just because my own experience, but since, I'm 5 years old, I have so many things that I learned by speaking with others, other victims, listen and learn. And I believe that I have a lot that I can bring to this committee. In my background, after I got divorced from my ex-husband, because I was a little girl when I moved here, he didn't allow me to go to school because he was afraid that I was going to find someone else younger, because he was 47. So he never let me go to school. But when I got divorced, I went back to school. I graduated from high school. I went back to college. I graduated with 3 majors. I studied small business management, human resources, and accounting. And I'm close to finish my business and marketing degree from the community college. I work for Ford Motor Company. It's a customer relation for almost 11 years. I'm bilingual, so my bilingual background helped me a lot with being customer relation. And then I work for Elite Candles in Milford. It's human sources. I help with hiring in payroll and administrative assistant for many years.
We're going to need to move on. Thank you so much. Representative Panic.
Thank you. My name is Sandra Panic. I'm from Pelham, New Hampshire, Hillsborough District 1. I've been living in Pelham for since 1981, 42 years, I think that is. I've been married for 43 years, mother of 2 sons and 1 grandson. I am a Gold Star mom. I'm also my father was a victim of a mass shooting when I was 5 years old. And I am pro Second Amendment. If he would have been, he's always taught me that if he was, had protection, he could have changed the outcome. And we've had, he lived we took care of a dad in a wheelchair for 36 years. So that's my sad story. The good part of my life, everybody has a good story and a bad story, is I did go to California. I went to Orange Coast Community College. I decided to get out of there and come back. I was born in Connecticut. I grew up in Massachusetts, went out to California, decided I wanted to get into the world of business. I worked in the travel business. I've been all over the world. Went back, then I had my children. I raised my children. I was a stay-at-home mom, and then I went back to college, and I decided I still had that business part in me, and I was in the world of alternative medicine. I had a massage and acupuncture center, which I sold, and then I became a massage, Chinese cupping educated, and again, I traveled all over the world to teach that modality, and now I'm retired, and here I am today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Levesque.
Hello. My name is it's actually Levesque. The S is silent. The French Canadians like to do that with different letters, and they choose it at random. I don't know why. They just do.
C'est bien.
I am born and raised in New Hampshire. I grew up in Barrington since I was 6 months old. I have been living with my grandmother since 2019. When she passed, and I've been a caregiver for her and helping my parents out with her as much as possible. I was a Girl Scout since I was 5, and I went all the way to high school, and now I have my own Girl Scout troop that I started when I was 18 when they were daisies, and now they are in middle school, so I have to deal with the middle school age of everything is terrible right now, so but luckily I can pass it on to their parents and be like, here you go. I started my journey in the State House when I was 16, trying to end child marriage here in New Hampshire. I have started a talk about it all over the U.S. It brought attention to it, that it is happening here in the U.S. and many other countries all around the world, and I am currently working as training to be an optometrist in a local eye doctor's office in Barrington, and I also like to do art. I do many different things, paint. I love film photography. I love just going out and just taking photos of basically nature, and I don't necessarily like taking photos of people because people kind of get in the way of the nature sometimes. And I rather take a picture of what's happening in the world. Right now I'm getting into political photography, going to rallies and taking photos of what's happening here. So hopefully someday, when I am 23, so I'm still trying to figure everything out and what I want to do with life, and yeah.
Thank you. Representative Bickford.
You want to hear more?
A little bit.
All right. Let's see. I think I told you I was here I started in 97, but I've been off and on. I've been elected 9 times now, the legislature. I've done a lot of work in town government, 9 years as selectman, and presently I'm on the planning board and the zoning board and the budget committee and trustee of trust funds. So I did choose municipal government first, and this was my second choice. So I was picked for here. I'm 71 years old. I have 5 children. 3 grandchildren. Unfortunately, my son-in-law is in the Coast Guard, which means the grandchildren travel all over the place, but here. Except for one. One's in Nottingham. What else? I own or co-own about 450 acres of land, and my passion is agriculture. Actually, I've got 36 cord of firewood in the yard. I go out, and last winter was a good time to get a lot of wood out. Fortunately, what else you want to know about me?
A curiosity.
What's that?
A curiosity.
I'll have to pass on that one. Everything to me is I'm curious about.
We'll find out.
As far as hobby, that's my hobby is yeah, you may. Like I say, I enjoy the agricultural thing. I don't enjoy games. I don't play any games at all. My father didn't. My mother didn't. We don't play cards. We don't watch sports on TV or anything like that.
That's a curiosity. Right?
We like doing things with our hands.
Thank you, Representative Grossman.
Well, that's you. You're up. Oh.
We're learning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Gabi Grossman, and I represent Exeter, and this is my 3rd term serving on children and family law, and it's actually quite an honor to be on this committee, and there's some nice faces out there, that folks that have come before us before. I'm a mom to 3 boys. I'm married for 19 years. My oldest son, Eli, is about to turn 18, and he has a chromosome duplication and autism and a seizure disorder. And he is my reason for beginning advocacy work back when he was first diagnosed with autism, and fighting for inclusion in New Hampshire. My background, so I was born in Germany. I'm a military brat. Lived in Hawaii, New York. My dad was in the Naval Academy and Marine Corps, served in Vietnam, and passed away about 4 years ago. My mom is German, and they met in Paris. And so I grew up back and forth every summer going to Germany, and went to school at Boston University, graduated in 3 years. I guess that's a curious fact. And I have my master's degree in education. I was a middle school, 7th grade middle school geography teacher, social studies in Boston Public Schools, Chelsea, and Plymouth. And then when I had my son, Eli, and then I also have my twins, Oscar and Oliver Grossman, my Obama twins. That's another curious fact. I had dinner with then Senator Barack Obama, and am known as Obama Mama on the Seacoast. And when the pandemic started, the week the pandemic started, my husband and I joined a new adventure and bought a campground in Ashland, New Hampshire. So we live on the Seacoast. And so we own Amesbrook Campground in Ashland, and it's 100 sites, about 50 seasonals, and it's been quite an adventure with 3 teenage boys, so I can relate to all the teenage. It's a definite transition.
Well, I'd ask you if there's any curiosities in your life, but I think I'll pass.
I actually have one more. This is an important thing related to business. I'm also chair of the Bipartisan Disability Caucus. So anyone looking to join, we will be having an event coming up February 2nd and a meeting. So come see me. And I know that you've been a big help
Thank you.
to that.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Deborah DeSimone. My husband is Italian, and the Italians, unlike the French, like to pronounce every letter.
Thank you, Representative DeSimone, for that.
You're welcome. I'm in my beginning my 8th term for Rockingham 14. Atkinson. I moved to Atkinson 38 years ago when I saw the other countries south of us going really wrong. I have been married in 13 days. We'll celebrate our 50th wedding anniversary. I am a survivor of childhood abuse. I'm also an 8-time survivor of cancer. So if you can survive child abuse, you can survive anything, I guess, because the cancer is no match. My sister, unfortunately, wasn't a survivor, and she died at 22. And when she died, I prayed God to take her, and I prayed that I would do anything I could possibly do to help children and families from that moment on, and that was well over 40 years ago, and that's why I'm here. I'm also a tax collector for the town of Atkinson, which I've done that job for 25 years. I graduated actually from Salem State with a nursing degree, but I went into oncology, and back in those days, everybody died, so I left. I went back to college and got a finance degree because even today, most people survive, regardless of what their financial situation is. I love this committee. I've served on this committee for 7 of the terms. Once I was on municipal and county, I came back. I also am the chair of Family Mediation and Juvenile Services, which encompasses the majority of Rockingham County. I'm like Representative Nelson. She's a hockey mom. I'm a hockey nan. I have 2 granddaughters who play ice hockey competitively. The oldest one for 9 years, the youngest one who's 6 for 3 years. We love skating and winter sports. I despise the summer. So I'm a winter person. So, and that's pretty much all it is.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Pat Long. I was born and raised in Manchester, and I represent Manchester. I'm in my 9th term. At the age of 3 years old, I was a ward of the state. Went to orphanages and foster homes, and my education, I graduated from the alleys of Douglas Street, high honors. Curiosity is, I had a son graduated from West High. Sony Records signed him up. He traveled the world for 14 years, never signed that $1 million check. So he became an MMA fighter for 7 years. And now he's in San Francisco working for a regional manager. He's loaded with tattoos, a couple of hooks, and I blame the New Hampshire judicial system for that. And that's it. I also serve in Manchester. I'm a chairman of the board of Manchester.
Thank you so much. Mark Pearson, I was born in a mill town in Massachusetts. I knew that Italians sounded all the letters and the French didn't, but I have obviously forgotten both of those things. Many people know what ACOA means. It means an adult child of an alcoholic. I'm an ACOOH, which is an adult child of Ozzie and Harriet. I grew up in a functional home, in a neighborhood of functional families. That's probably my curiosity. I went to Williams. I graduated in 3 years. I was elected to Phi Beta Kappa. I was an honors history and music double major. Then I went to Oxford on a fellowship where I got a master's degree, and then I got a doctorate in Boston University. Married to a family practice physician. I have 3 children. My daughter Jennifer runs a cooperative homeschooling consortium. My eldest son, Stephen, is a Manchester firefighter, Ward 2, and a representative of the House of Representatives from Derry. My youngest son, Michael, is a corrections officer at a maximum security prison in New York State. I've been an Episcopal priest for 47 years. Part of that time was spent as a graduate school professor. I presently have a small church in Kingston, assisted by 2 other priests who have other jobs, one of whom works full-time with the developmentally disabled, which, as you know, Representative, is one of my interests. I was awarded a Milbank Fellowship with Deputy Commissioner Marissa Henn also was awarded. And so we traipse all over the place learning a lot more about Health and Human Services things. I was a member of the Health and Human Services Committee for 6 years, the last 2 years as chair. And much of the DHHS has to do with Health and Human Services. The rest of it has to do with children and family law. So here I am. Curiosity, I'm a classically trained pipe organist. And back when I could practice 2 hours a day, my last recital was at the Old North Church in Boston. The other curiosities are I'm an Eagle Scout, and I absolutely adore basset hounds, whether they're painted or not.
Mr. Chairman, if I may say that I grew up and still own property just a couple of steps away from the Old North Church in
Wonderful.
Boston,
Yeah.
in the North End. So,
One if by land, two if by sea. I'll wait
Exactly.
for you in Charlestown. Well, that's the meet and greet, and I'm hoping we're going to have a lot of good, fun times with each other. And now we've got what I call the beauty pageant, and we'll be doing this probably to begin the next 3 meetings. I must step out, Mr. Vice Chairman, at just before noon. I have a meeting with the speaker, so we could probably go to about 12:10 or so. And I know we won't get to hear everything from everybody we want to hear from, but we will make a good start. So, who is up? Anybody named Joe Ribson, come forward. Is anybody qualify? Let's see if he passes the very first test of sitting in that chair. He did.
It'll be one moment because I have to hand out a bunch of papers as well. But good morning still. Joe Ripson, Director at DCYF.
You came here from New Jersey. There's a curiosity.
Just get a couple going this way in case we're short. Just get a couple going that way. Some extras. Okay, let's try again. Good afternoon, everybody. Joe Ripson, Director, DCYF. Wonderful. Yes, those are extra. Thank you. Wonderful to see everybody. With me today from DHHS, I do just want to introduce a couple folks. We have Beth Margison. She is our General Counsel and Legislative Liaison at DCYF, so you'll probably be seeing her quite a bit this session. And Marissa Henn, who is our Associate Commissioner, so you'll probably be seeing her quite a bit as well this session. I've been here in New Hampshire for 5 years. Came here from New Jersey, where I served as the Deputy Commissioner of their Department of Children and Families. New Jersey set up quite differently than New Hampshire, where you have, similar to Massachusetts, a separate department for child protection and children's behavioral health, whereas here in New Hampshire, you have kind of an umbrella Health and Human Services agency that does kind of everything Health and Human Services, from Medicaid to child protection to TANF to everything you can imagine, and then you have different divisions within that department that do all these separate things. DCYF is responsible specifically for child protection and juvenile justice. And we've done a lot in the last 5 years to try to change the way the child welfare system in this state works, a ton. And I'm going to try to kind of walk folks through what a lot of that has been. We're certainly not going to get through all of it today. And I am happy and eager to pause at any point that folks want to take questions, of course, at the discretion of the chair or the vice chair, whoever's presiding at the moment. So if we want to flip to the first page, just want to share a little bit about what we're trying to accomplish here. So overall, what our vision is at DCYF is that we want to see that New Hampshire's children, youth, and families are safe, healthy, and connected. Right? That's a much bigger vision than what a child protection agency can accomplish, a much bigger vision than what a juvenile justice agency can accomplish. Frankly, it's a bigger vision than what the whole Department of Health and Human Services can accomplish. It's a vision that requires collective action across the entirety of the state. And when we talk about connected, the reason that's important is that we know that no child is successful without a family. We know that no family is successful without a community. Folks need to be connected to other folks. They don't work well when they're in isolation. And when we think about the way that child protection and even juvenile justice was structured here in the years prior, there were a lot of, I think, structural misalignments in the way that we functioned. Probably the biggest primary challenge was that we were designed in a way to only be reactive to abuse and neglect, and to not actually try to do or even be authorized to do anything to help families before they got to that point. So literally, our child protection agency was not allowed to offer a service to a family until we completed an investigation, substantiated abuse or neglect, brought them to court, got a court order for a service. And frankly, if you're doing all of that to get help for a family, there's no way that you're going to meet the needs of the people that you're serving, right? You need to get to them a lot sooner than the point of dragging them into court. And our juvenile justice system, frankly, works largely the same way and has worked largely the same way, right? That kids got the help that they needed once they were found to have committed a crime, once they were arrested, once they were brought into court, found delinquent, and then they get ordered to get behavioral health care treatment. Why don't you just provide behavioral health care treatment at first, right? So a lot of the work for the past 5 years has been around reorienting those systems away from being reactive to crisis and using punitive interventions towards identifying needs and meeting needs. That's a huge job, and we're nowhere near done, but that's kind of the orientation of the direction we've been moving for the last 5 years. So this first bucket here, if we think of all the things we're doing, they kind of fall in one of these two buckets to the left. The first one, this idea, earlier supports that strengthen children and families. And what we're talking about there is that we want to shift child and family serving systems to be more proactive and supportive and less coercive. I know folks find that word coercive uncomfortable sometimes. My own staff find that word uncomfortable sometimes, but that's the truth, right? The Child Protection Agency has the ability to remove a child from a family. That's a scary thing that's going to make families not want to necessarily cooperate. Juvenile justice system has the authority to impinge on the liberty rights of young people. That's a scary thing that's going to make them not want to cooperate. So if we're able to identify their needs before we get to that point of having to be kind of a threatening presence, then you're likely to see better cooperation and better engagement from families and hopefully better outcomes. The second piece of this, which is absolutely critical as well, is that I'm not so naive as to believe that we're going to be able to prevent every single family and every single kid from having to require a deep end intervention. It's true that there are people that abuse kids and do awful things, and those kids need to be protected. Sexual abuse occurs, physical abuse occurs, those kids need to be protected. Fortunately, that's not the most of what we see, but we do see it. And when that happens, we do need to be able to intervene and protect those kids. Same thing on the juvenile justice side. We know that there are some offenses that happen that are really severe that the community needs to be protected from. I'm not so naive as to think that we're going to be able to eliminate all of that with the snap of a finger and a couple nice services, but we can minimize how often we need to use those interventions by trying to help families and help kids sooner. So when we do need to use the deep end of the system, we want to make sure we have the highest quality supports and services for kids and families. And what this really is about, a big part of this has been around looking at what our service system historically offered and what it should offer. Historically, our model for services for kids and families in DCYF used kind of 3 different levels of services that we called child health support, which was kind of low-level intervention, home-based therapy, which is a medium-level intervention, and what we called intensive service option, which was a high-level intervention. There was no kind of specific modalities, no evidence behind any of these programs. Nothing like that. The rest of the country had been studying different modalities that work and have developed evidence behind programs, but New Hampshire hadn't adopted any of those. So a lot of our work for the past few years has been moving away from kind of the historic model and moving into the utilization of evidence-based models that we know are effective at meeting kids and families' needs. So as I'm talking further through this, I'm going to be kind of talking about these two big ideas. This idea of shifting the system more upstream to identify and support families sooner, and the idea of that when families do need deep end intervention, the types of things that we do to help them have their needs met and keep kids from coming back into the system again. Any thoughts on these big picture ideas before I go deeper? Great. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is actually not even in DCYF, and I think I understand the chair has had the brilliant foresight to invite Children's Behavioral Health to come present, so I'm not going to go deep on this. But the first big thing in reforming child protection actually has nothing to do with child protection and juvenile justice. It has to do with actually building a children's behavioral health care system, something New Hampshire didn't have 5 years ago. I'm sorry.
Put your hand up and I'll recognize you. Yes, Representative Bickford, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Don't forget that. He's just going a little fast for me, that's all. If he could speak just a little slower.
Absolutely.
I get this.
The air conditioner.
New Jersey mouth, New Hampshire ears. Got it.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, over now.
So yeah, actually, New Hampshire did not have a children's behavioral health care system 5 years ago. In fact, if you look at the 10-year mental health plan that was developed, I guess 12 or so years ago at this point, the word child was never used one time, as if children don't have behavioral health care needs, which is just baffling to me, right? And if you look at, what we did in New Jersey, what a lot of other states have been doing, is if you start to identify and meet the behavioral health care needs of kids, you can drive down the needs in your juvenile justice system and the needs in your child protection system, because so many of the kids that show up there are just kids that aren't having their needs met elsewhere. So some of the biggest things that we had to do in New Hampshire to fix child protection and juvenile justice was actually building a children's behavioral health care system. And I understand Rebecca Ross from Children's Behavioral Health will be coming at a future meeting, so she'll go deeper on all that stuff. I'm not going to go super deep on that, but there's just a couple key points I want to make. Big deal things that have been done in the past couple years here, right? Rapid response, that's mobile crisis services that launched last year. That's a huge, huge deal for kids and families and keeping kids stable in their home communities. That we're actually using an assessment nowadays to identify what behavioral health what needs are for kids in behavioral health. Historically, when kids came to DCYF for child protection and juvenile justice, if we were trying to determine where a kid should be placed, what type of program they should be in, there wasn't actually a clinical assessment done of a kid. They were just kind of matching up kind of professional judgment of what they thought a kid needed with what was available in the community. A couple of years ago, we started a new process called the CAP process. So now all kids get a standardized assessment, and all the new residential programs, again, Rebecca will go deeper on this, but they all have contracts that have specific evidence-based modalities that go along with the types of services that they require based on what those assessments have. So that whole system's been revamped. Yes.
Chair wishes to ask, I've seen the pendulum shift in other areas of life from the professional who eyeballs it to the opposite of this is what the test says. I'm hoping that the appropriate adoption of evidence-based things is not at the total expense of the person who's done this for years and can have a gut instinct.
Oh yeah, no, it is a process. And actually, if you look at the way the CAT assessments are written, they're written with, this is kind of the range of recommendations. And especially when you're talking about placement of a child in a residential setting, a lot of it is there's a little bit of wiggle room in terms of whether you can provide that clinical care in a home setting with intensive clinical services or in a residential setting based on, what the home environment is as well. So, I don't want to get too deep, but there's 5 levels of care that are identified in the CAT assessment. And really, among the first 3 levels, if you have a stable home setting, you can really provide that level of clinical service within the home if you have a stable home setting and the right clinician in place. So it gives some discretion within there as well as, what's the right way to make sure the clinical needs are being met, even in terms of whether you're going to use a program or whether you're going to use a home. Couple other big, just key things. The key service that's used for high and moderate behavioral health care needs is something called high fidelity wraparound services. There's a program in New Hampshire called Fast Forward, which uses this model. That is, I'm sorry, we're on page 4 now. See people jumping around. That's a program called Fast Forward. The model of high fidelity wraparound services, what they do is they have a clinical person who leads the team, and they pull together the young person, they should always be at the table, the family, they should always be at the table, whatever professionals are working with them. So if child protection or juvenile justice is involved, they're going to be at the table, but it's also entirely possible that juvenile justice and child protection are not involved. Schools, they should be at the table, any clinicians treating the family, and any natural supports. So anybody that the family relies on, that could be grandparents, aunts, uncles, neighbors, faith community members, whomever it is that that family identifies as important. And the goal is that you have that team of people try to figure out, how do you support this kid and how do you support this family to keep this kid in their community receiving the support that they need, and how do you keep this family getting the support that they need. And using a service like that for many, many families is enough to keep a kid out of like a residential stay and something like that. And then there's a separate variation on this that we created called TREC here. And I'm not remembering what the acronym stands for right now, but essentially what TREC is it's that same exact service, but it's for when a kid is in residential placement. And what they do is they work with that same team of people to help put together a team to make sure that when the kid comes home from residential, they stay home from residential, that they're able to go back to their community and be safe and supported and not end up going back into the system over and over again, the way that we've historically seen. Those are massive changes to the system that have occurred over the past few years. You know, Fast Forward was a program that 5 years ago didn't serve anybody and now is serving close to 500 kids at a time. And TREC is serving currently, I think, 120 kids at a time. Overall, right, the need for these services are probably greater than we currently have capacity for, but you know, a lot of really great work is happening there, and a lot of kids who otherwise would have been in the juvenile justice system, I think, are showing up over in this system instead, which is exactly what we're talking about: getting kids and families into a place where their needs are met in a non-coercive, supportive way, where kids and families are in the driver's seat with clinicians instead of having courts and state employees and other people driving their lives. I'll skip over the rest of this page 4 just in interest of time. So last year, we started what I think is one of the most exciting projects that I've been part of in my career, that I think is going to end up proving the next few years to be the model for the country in terms of trying to kind of redirect how juvenile justice works. There was a bill that was passed it was Senate Bill 94, sponsored by Senator Carson, passed, I think, unanimously, you know, certainly in this chamber a couple years ago, or in this committee a couple years ago when it came through. I think it might have actually been unanimously on the floor as well. And what Senate Bill 94 did was it created a new process whereby when kids have contact with law enforcement offers that child an opportunity to be referred to us to do an assessment. And the prosecution of that case gets paused for 30 days while we do the assessment. There's an exception in there if it's a critical high-risk situation, right? If this is a serious violent crime for which law enforcement feels that they need to remove the child and detain them immediately to keep the community safe, there's an exception for that. But otherwise, and that's rare, right? There's thousands of arrests every year. Only a handful are like those types of serious violent crimes. So serious violent crimes, there's an exception, but for everything else, it goes through this process where the family's given an opportunity to have an assessment done, and we use what's called the CANS assessment, Child Adolescent Needs and Strengths. The reason we chose the CANS is that, one, it inventories all different types of needs and domains of kids to help you identify what's going on. Two, it's also the same exact tool that's already used in the children's behavioral health care system. And we wanted to use the same tool across multiple systems so that people can communicate with each other, understand kids' needs, and be able to do planning for kids. Additionally, because you'll see kids and families pop up in different systems at different times, and if you're using a common assessment, that makes planning better and easier over time. So what we do is we use this CANS tool, and then we, from that, develop our recommendations. Is this a child who needs to go to court because we think that this is a situation that's so serious, and a family and a child that's not willing to engage in an alternative, solution to this problem? Or is this a child and family who we're able to provide services for in the community? Can we get them involved in that Fast Forward program I was just talking about? Can we get them involved in outpatient therapy? Can we get them involved in a local diversion program? Can we get them involved in a Boys and Girls Club? Can we get them involved in, some of these kids just need some type of pro-social activity, like a little league or something to keep them busy and occupied in something productive and healthy. So this started here in New Hampshire in January in 1/3 of the state last January. We rolled out to the next third of the state in July, and we finished rolling out statewide in October. So early data from this is really, really promising. That's what you'll see on page 6. So you'll see the numbers here a little bit skewed based on the rollout schedule, but we are now statewide. And to date, we've done a little over 1,000 assessments across the state. Manchester was in the last group, which is obviously our biggest district. So I do anticipate the annual volume will probably be, closer to maybe 1,600 to 2,000 assessments a year when we see it. What you see on the right was the referral accepted by the family? So when law enforcement makes this referral, the families, it's entirely voluntary. A family can say, no, I don't want to do this. And then law enforcement has the prerogative to go forward and prosecute the old way, or they can participate. And we're seeing 72% of the families being willing to engage in that service up front, which I think is a pretty good engagement percentage for a brand new service like this. Yeah.
Could you break out the non-accepted category in terms of the family did not accept what was offered, but law enforcement said, but you're going to, versus law enforcement says, okay, you don't have to?
So yeah, and the next page I have something that kind of sort of gets to that. So I'll touch that on the next page. So on the next page, what we see is on the left, a pie chart of the recommended interventions. So of the assessments that we complete, 28% of the time we recommended court involvement. Typically what's happening there is that the offense was, fairly serious, that you have a family and or a youth who's not willing to engage voluntarily in services. And, we're really saying you need to have a court involved in this to make sure that this family and this youth are engaged in the process. But I think what's really exciting is 72% of the time we're identifying that these are kids and families that could have their needs met in the community through a service without having to go to court at all. And of those, 11% going to local diversion programs. So I don't know how familiar folks are here with diversion. I know Representative DeSimone can tell us all about it at some point. But those are programs that work with kids around restorative justice models to help them understand kind of the harm that they caused, work with victims to try to heal the harm that they caused, and get them engaged in some type of pro-social work. About 13% are being recommended for higher level behavioral health care, like Fast Forward, which is, not surprising to me, but that, is indicative that there's a lot of kids who show up in the juvenile justice system that have unmet behavioral health needs. And another 14% that are showing up with a need for some type of outpatient therapeutic care. So not a high level Fast Forward intervention, but just like outpatient therapy. That's probably one of the biggest gaps we're seeing in the system, though, in terms of getting access. So we're having kids who are identifying with that level of need, but having the hardest time getting kids enrolled in outpatient therapy because of just access issues with clinicians. The next chart, I think, gets to kind of sort of what the chair was asking about, which is once we make our recommendations, law enforcement actually does not have to agree with us. They can file regardless of what we recommend, right? That's the way the law was written, that they have their own discretion. But 94% of the time they're agreeing with us. They're following the path that we set forward. And early data is that, the outcomes are pretty good here. Of all the kids that are going through this process, it's a relative handful that are coming back for a second time within the first, 6 months or so of going through this process. So we're really excited about what we're seeing. That being said, it's all still very early, right? We don't even have a full year behind us. And I'll pause on that in case there's anything.
Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question. Everything sounds perfect in the real world, right? But any of these programs or any of this taking in consideration people background, religion, language? Because a lot of people, we come in from different backgrounds. Yep. And a lot of times when we talk about children and younger generations, it's difficult to them to feel comfortable to speak with someone, especially with different religious background or language. Do you guys have a training people in the department? They know how to handle situations where young or children feel unsafe to be speaking because the backgrounds and beliefs.
Yeah. So two parts of it. I think, yes, there are services and trainings for all of that, but I also think there's a lot more that can be done, right? So there are trainings around, DEI trainings around, and actually the Kansas assessment actually has specific sections around understanding religious, cultural differences and things like that. And we have what's called a language bank, but the truth is, that engaging with families often is really, really hard when you have a third party in the middle of it, right? And it's much better if you actually have somebody who actually shares the same culture and history and traditions as the folks you're working with. And that's an area where I think we probably still need to do much, much better.
Mr. Chairman,
Follow up, yes.
very quickly. Is my background. Sometimes it's difficult for victims, especially like a child, a young person, to speak up because immigration status, sometimes temporary immigration status. Did that department protect the status of the victims? Because a lot of times the victims, they are afraid to speak up because legal status.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think with children in particular, there are pretty strong federal protections in terms of them being able to actually gain legal status through I'm not remembering the acronym right now, but there are two different pathways through which, if a young person's a victim of child abuse or neglect, that they can actually gain legal status through our system and through our processes. So for children, those protections do exist. I think at the same time, that doesn't mean that they actually understand, right? A child who's a victim in the community probably doesn't understand that those protections exist, and probably doesn't understand that those fears can be alleviated and met, right? So I think there's definitely work to be done in terms of helping people understand that we actually can help navigate those things for them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stipulating that having someone who shares religious, ethnic, linguistic background is a good thing. Can you speak to the level of intentionality in recruiting and hiring?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in child protection right now, the workforce issues are such that it's, we need everybody that we can get. So, we're hiring as rapidly and quickly as we can, and we intentionally recruit for all types of groups of folks and everywhere that we possibly can, but we're short of staff, right? So we can't be too selective in a moment that we're, just trying to maintain enough staff to manage reasonable caseloads.
The medical center I'm part-time CEO of shares this problem too. Yeah. Did I see a hand? I know, I'm getting there. Representative Raymond.
Thanks. It's a lot of names to start out with the first thing. Thank you, Mr. Ribsom, and thank you, Chairman, for calling on me. On the topic of staffing, I know from watching the news and just having my fingers in a lot of areas in the community that it's still very challenging for people to access mental health treatment for children. Is there an advantage that families get from being involved with your agency now? Is there a way, are you able to cut some of the times? I know we have kids sitting in ERs for weeks to months. We have, I think the last time I was looking to help someone get into mental health counseling for a teenager that wasn't suicidal, it was like a 4-month wait. Mm-hmm. Are you seeing the same thing?
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing the same thing. I mean, so the system of care for mental health, we access child protection and juvenile justice access the same exact system that the public at large accesses. We don't have a separate special system or separate special access, right? So kids involved in our system are also, also have the same challenges in terms of getting access and wait lists. We've seen, I think, a lot of, improvement over the past few years in terms of having some of these things available, right? Having Fast Forward available for the first time. I can only imagine how awful things would be today if we didn't have that available. Having Rapid Response available, I can only imagine how awful it would be if we didn't have that available. That being said, I think, what we've seen over the past, in the post-COVID period was the identification of mental health needs just skyrocket. I think that's something that when Rebecca Ross from Children's Behavioral Health comes, she can go more into that, but I've seen some data that she's presented, which has just been, jaw-dropping in terms of folks identifying mental health needs and behavioral health needs of their children, going from, very low levels to, 90% of adolescents identifying as having some type of mental health need. I think the dynamic has shifted in a way that's daunting.
Representative Grossman.
You got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you also noticed the pandemic affecting the mental health needs of our children? I mean, I know just in my area and being a mom of 3 teenagers, I've seen how it directly affected them.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, it's hard for me to point to exactly what the driver of all of this is, but certainly the timing is such that, we saw coming out of that pandemic and out of isolation and everything else, the mental health needs of young people just absolutely skyrocket. And, when we talked about children in emergency departments, I think one of the things that was fascinating to the department is that historically the kids who would show up into the emergency departments were already known to the system. And the kids that were showing up in emergency departments post-pandemic were kids that were not known to the system. So you had a lot of kind of new entries into the system of, intensive mental health needs in a way that, nobody had experienced before. So, I'm not somebody who can figure out exactly what the driver is, but the timing is certainly there.
Mademoiselle Levesque.
So I'm pretty much blunt. I grew up with family from New York and Massachusetts, so I can keep up with you. Is there anything that we can do to help you when it comes to the mental health, especially when it comes to youth? We're seeing a lot of youth, especially my generation after me, with anxiety, depression, and they're entering into the workforce and into the world with all these things, and especially when they're in the system and they're being passed over for someone that's suicidal or whatever, and just because they haven't talked to someone about how they feel because they don't know how to, because they come from families where it's just a therapist, you can't talk to a therapist because therapists are quacks, and all that stigma. And is there anything that we can do
I think if you just go back to that one page, right, and we'll see 13% or 14% of the kids that are getting assessed through this juvenile justice assessment process are showing up as requiring some type of outpatient treatment. And as I said, that's actually the thing of everything on that wheel that we're having the hardest time accessing is outpatient care. I think, that is a place where we need to put a lot of attention on how do we prop that up and expand that and support access to outpatient care for young people. What's really interesting, I don't have this data in here, but it's the most fascinating data I'm seeing from this juvenile justice work is the CANS assessment. So it looks at all different domains of child and family need, right? And we get 2 interesting data points. We get the data point from law enforcement as to what brought the child to our attention. And overwhelmingly, that's some type of violence, typically a more minor violence, right? A simple assault, a fight after school, something like that is what brings them in. But then when you do the CANS assessment, which goes deeper, the presenting issues have very little to do with violence and have a lot to do with depression and anxiety, right? So the driving factors behind those incidents that are bringing law enforcement in are actually depression and anxiety, which often are things that you deal with more through an outpatient and then perhaps with some medication, in partnership with your PCP. So I think that's really the space where I most see the need. we've built out this higher intensity fast forward program, and while there's room to grow there and we still have need there, we're on a trajectory with that. But this outpatient space is a space where I really feel like we have the greatest need. Okay.
Representative Moulton.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. So if the outpatient realm is the hardest that you're accessing, then the only way to solve that is to get more outpatient providers, which is not an easy task because they have to be certified in their field before they can offer therapy. So I'm just wondering if there's an alternative pathway, or if one can be developed, if there's not one already, where they can have some sort of intervention with a provider that's not necessarily a counselor, but and I'm not trying to undermine, mental health. It's very important. But if there's some other way for them to get what they need without having to see a counselor, that's going to be the only way we can solve this until we get more counselors in the field.
Right. Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure the answer to that, right? I'm not the expert in that piece of it, but I do think those are the types of solutions that we need to start talking about and thinking about, right? And I think, we'll have Rebecca Ross here. It's a good thing to talk to our partners at NAMI about. It's a good thing to talk to our licensing folks about, right? I think those are the types of conversations that would be helpful. Yeah. Yeah.
Before Mr. Ribson resumes, I'm going to be leaving in a few minutes, and Representative Long, if you would take the chair, adjourn about 12:10. I know we're running over, but you're going to be invited back.
Okay. So we'll pick up wherever.
And I would say I'd say to the committee, please be here at 1. We're going to start hearings on bills. So.
All right, thank you. So if we move on to the next page, page 8. So we talked about the work we're doing on the juvenile justice side to try to shift more upstream, identify families' needs. We're trying to do something very similar on the child protection side, and that's what we're talking about on page 8 here. So create pathways to identify needs and proactively guide children, youth, and families to appropriate supports before child and community safety are jeopardized. A couple different ways we've gone about doing this. One was doing some work at our intake. So intake is our hotline, right? Somebody suspects abuse or neglect, they're calling the hotline. Historically, up until just a couple years ago, if you called that hotline with a concern for abuse or neglect, you got one of two answers. It was, yes, we're screening this in and we're going to investigate, or no, we're not screening this in. And that was the entirety of it. Now, much of what we get calls about is not things like sexual abuse and physical abuse. Much of what we get calls about are things like neglect, driven by poverty, driven by unmet mental health needs, driven by unmet substance use disorders, right? So there's a lot that comes into that hotline that doesn't really reach the threshold of a child abuse or neglect investigation, but for which there is still a real need that needs to be addressed. And so one of the first things we tried to do was shift the way that our hotline practice worked to offer a third option there. So when somebody calls the hotline now, most frequent callers, we get calls from all different types of people, but the most frequent are teachers. That's who calls us more than anybody else. So now if a teacher calls and they're calling and saying, look, Johnny's not coming to school with a coat in the winter. That really is not a child abuse investigation, but that is a kid that needs a coat. That is a kid that needs to be directed to how to get a coat. So what will happen now is a hotline caller will then refer that teacher to say, look, here's your local family resource center. This is how you can help that kid access the coat that they need so that they can come to school with their coat. That's felt pretty good. Unfortunately, we actually haven't seen the numbers of families showing up in family resource centers grow as a result of that change in our practice. So it was nice that we were able to offer that intervention, but we actually haven't seen any real impact from it. The call volumes remained the same. Our family resource centers didn't actually report more people showing up. So that, it meant it wasn't particularly effective. We're still doing it, but we wanted to do something else. So now we're working on two other things. A big picture thing, which probably will be live sometime this time next year, is something called a community response guide. What that's going to be, it's a web-based tool, and it's available and we're on page 8. I see people flipping around just in case, sorry. It's a web-based tool for folks who are callers to the hotline to guide them through a decision tree around, should you be calling the hotline, or is there some other resource that's good to help this family? So imagine if you're the teacher and you're worried about sex abuse, and you go to this tool and you start typing in, it's going to say, call the hotline, stop messing around on the internet and just call. But if you go into this and you type in that you're worried about, the child's presenting without a coat, or they showed up without, they're showing up without, breakfast or something like that in the morning, it'll do two different things. It'll guide you through some questions to probe a little bit deeper as to what's actually going on there. It doesn't take identifying information. There's nothing like that. It's just scenario based. And then at the end, it'll do a couple things. It'll say, one, here's information for, say, your local family resource center, your local food pantry, whatever it is, so that you, teacher, can help connect that family to the resource. Or if you're not comfortable with that, here's a phone number for somebody called a community navigator. So that's a new RFP that we put out this past summer that we're going to have going live this spring. And a community navigator is a person who can then pick up the phone and talk to that teacher or whomever the caller is, walk them through how do you engage with that family to get them the support that they need. This is the types of supports that they need. And if that teacher or whomever says, I'm not comfortable doing that, that's not my role, then they say, okay, we'll call the family ourselves. And they'll reach out to the family and get the family the help that they need. The hope being that that intervention will actually connect those people to the resources in a way that when we just had our hotline doing it wasn't actually effective. And the goal being that if we get more of these kids and families the things that they need early, that we won't have them coming back into the system for deeper needs later on. Any questions on that before I move on?
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr.
Verizon.
Chairman. Yes. This is more than a question. It's an observation. What I heard and what I see is a lot of families, especially when it comes to asking for assistance for food assistance or winter jacket or things like that. A lot of people right now, they're working through temp agencies, okay? So during the holidays from Thanksgiving until New Year's, it's a period that people work in temp agencies that don't get paid for holidays. And they only get paid for a certain amount of hours. My concern is that a lot of families don't go through these agencies to ask for help, because a lot of agencies, they ask for pay stuff. And a lot of these families, they only go through this hard shift or hard time during the holidays. They don't have enough money to provide food, or they don't have enough money to provide things for the kids. And they make it difficult for a lot of people to qualify. I just wonder if, if we can find ways to help children and families, that the families don't feel like they have to bring a Bible, completely Bible or documents just in order to get a jacket or a piece of bread for the kids.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times that's what is happening. And I keep hearing from people in my own community that that's the problem, that they give them 15 to 20 pages to fill it up just for a piece of jacket or piece of bread, that the people just walk away because they don't feel like that they have, the time or the need for a longer period of time, so they just give up.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think so like the family resource centers, for example, they don't typically require anything like that for folks to come in and, but they also don't have as robust of a support service as, say, like a TANF benefit, where you do have to actually go through the whole qualification process and meet federal requirements, right? And I think it varies differently depending on the type of program and the type of assistance that you're seeking. I've never actually heard of, the food pantries, though, being, that intense in terms of being able to provide, food assistance to folks, that type of food assistance, but SNAP benefits, for example, which is a federal program. So I think a lot of it comes down to, are you talking about the federal programs, which have some pretty rigorous requirements, or, some of these more local things where you're providing an actual concrete good, an actual food or actual coat, where they tend to be a little more, more flexible with some of that stuff. But it is the barrier issues are a real challenge. I think the stigma is a real challenge too, in terms of folks, being afraid to come forward and, you know, identify that they actually need help.
Thank you.
This next page, page 9. So one of the areas where we've had some growth over the past few years, but there's probably need for continued support, is with our family resource centers that I've mentioned a few times. So a couple of years ago, we contracted with our family resource centers to set up what's called kinship navigation programs. The kinship navigation programs are programs for folks who are caring for kin being kind of anybody who, any child who has a connection to you, right? So it could be your grandchild. That's the most common scenario, right? Grandparents caring for grandchild. Could be niece and nephew, but could also be the person, you know, if you're the child, you grew up calling somebody auntie and they're not really related to you, but they could be caring for you, right? And that's okay. It could be a member of your faith community. It could be a neighbor, it could be a coach, whomever, right? The idea being that there's all types of people in the lives of families that are important and that step up in times of needs, and we need to be able to support those folks. The Kinship Navigator programs are relatively new to New Hampshire. And what they do is they provide kind of support groups. They help guide those relatives or caregivers through accessing benefit services, such as relative caregivers are currently eligible for the TANF benefits to help support the costs of raising those kids. Help them guide them through the legal process if they need to obtain guardianship of a child or something like that. And I think one of the most key important pieces is helping guide them through kind of the emotional challenges of changing the dynamics and roles within a family, right? If you're a grandparent and suddenly you're caring for your grandchild and maybe your own child is maybe angry at you over this scenario, they feel, you know, you might have a scenario where that child is happy that you're helping them out. You also could have a scenario where that child's angry at you for interfering in their lives, or, you know, it can be really, really tough for that parent or that grandparent to manage. So they provide a lot of support for that stuff as well. And those are relatively new. They've been around here for, was it maybe 3 years now? Yeah, piloted in January 2020, statewide September of 2020. And what you see on the right here is our family resource centers and the number of new families that they're actually encountering every single quarter. And every single quarter, our family resource centers around the state are encountering close to 1,000, 800, 900 new families. That's new families walking into family resource centers every quarter by program type, which is huge. And, you know, I think just goes to speak to the amount of need out there. And these family resource centers really are, you know, they're really operating on kind of a shoestring budget, funded largely by philanthropy and fundraising and, you know, not really fully funded by the state. They're getting kind of a little bit of money from us to kind of help keep themselves afloat, but not, you know, much of their need being met by private fundraising and things like that. And they really are a key part of the social service system that we expect to meet the needs of our young folks and their families.
Any questions on this? Representative Moulton?
So I'm kind of a little confused about this graph. So it's new families each quarter, but are the old ones still being served as well, or do you kind of start and finish them within one quarter?
Oh no, they could still be being served. This was just representative of how many families were walking in new every single quarter to show that there's, you know, new demand constantly coming into these places.
So basically your workload is exponential then.
Essentially.
Hey, Joe, before I forget, there was a list of acronyms that we received last term. I'm wondering if Ms. Dwyer could receive a list of acronyms that the DCYF has.
Yeah.
Would be helpful.
Did we put that together, or who put that together last time? Okay.
I believe we got it from Rebecca Ross.
Okay, yeah, I think it was a DHHS wide acronym list. We can do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We could get that out.
Yep.
Thanks. And I don't know how long you want to go. I'll keep going until you tell me you're ready to.
Another 5 minutes.
Okay, great. So that'll get us kind of through this first part, and then we can get into the deeper stuff at another conversation. Next page 10. So this is talking about community-based voluntary services. So DCYF, as I said before, historically, we could only offer service to a family once we got court involved and once a court-ordered service came into place. We changed the law for that shortly after I arrived back in 2018, maybe we changed the law for that. So that we could offer voluntary services to families. But the reality is that we didn't have the workforce to offer too many voluntary services to families because we just, there's a lot of need out there and we just don't have the staff to meet all of that. So what we designed instead was this idea of community-based voluntary services, where we contracted with a couple entities to work with families who were identified as high risk of coming back to the child protection system, but for whom there was not active abuse or neglect requiring a current court case. So every single time child protection does an assessment, we do two things. We do an assessment to see, was there abuse or neglect as defined by New Hampshire law, yes or no? And two, we do an assessment as to, what's the risk in this household? How likely is it that this household is going to come back to our attention based on what's happening in this household? The first question, was there abuse or neglect? We only answer that question yes about 8% of the time, believe it or not. It's very rare. New Hampshire has a pretty high threshold for what qualifies as abuse or neglect. But the second question of risk, about a third of our families come back as high risk. So that meant, and we've been doing this for 15, 20 years. So that meant that all that time that we could only offer services when you had a court order, which was only when you could substantiate abuse or neglect, that our staff were going out there and they were identifying 1/3 of our families as being high risk of coming back, and they weren't able to offer them any service, even though we knew and we were assessing that they were likely to come back to us. So what community-based voluntary services is whenever we have an assessment that comes back as high risk, those families are offered this voluntary intervention to work with a community-based program. In most of the state, Waypoint holds the contract. Up in the North Country, the Family Resource Center at Gorham holds the contract. And the way that works is during our assessment process, we'll connect those families to these providers. These providers then outreach to them and they try to get the family to agree to come in. Work with them. They do some planning with the family. They use a model called solution-based casework, where they kind of identify what the family's needs are, how to build up natural supports. That's the idea of building your community around your family to help support your family and help make sure that they're connected to whatever other resources they need in their community to be successful, and hopefully prevent that family from coming back to us a second time. Historically, what we see is families cycling through the system over and over and over again. So this is pretty exciting that this is finally live. Started March of 2021, serving families. Last year served 861 families. This year served a little over 1,000 families. The next slide. Yes. Oh, sorry. The chair.
Hi, I'm Lori Ball. I'm so sorry I didn't get recognized. I apologize. I just wanted to clarify. I'm just wondering if you have a partnership with the school districts when these families are identified like this, and does the school, are they made aware of the family so that they can also step in?
So child abuse and neglect is a difficult area because there's a lot of confidentiality around what we can and can't share. And if a call comes in from a school, then there's information that can be shared back. But unless the call comes from the school, other than us doing an investigation and speaking to the school and trying to elicit information, there's not a whole lot of information that gets shared back directly with the school district. Where the schools can get involved, though, is kind of in the service provision aspect of it. So not in the investigation part, but the service piece, right? So when we talked earlier about something like Fast Forward and you have kind of your high fidelity RAP team, the school should be sitting at that table. If we have a child in foster care, for example, and we're doing planning, the school should be sitting at that table. For a program like community-based voluntary services, ideally the school is engaged at that table. So it's really, there's a little bit of confusion on kind of how and when those connections happen. It's a little bit trickier around the investigation space, but more comfortable and common around that kind of service provision space.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because not that you would have to share a lot, but if you had high risk children and you just say we have children at risk and they don't need the extra background, or are they referred to a special education, or are they referred, is other things ruled out for those, for that family, is what I was wondering.
Yep.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Joe.
All right.
Couple minutes.
Right. Next slide, page 11, is just talking about staffing our child protection workforce. So When I first got here 5 years ago, caseloads for child protection assessment workers were in the 60s. Shortly before that, they were in the 90s. The standard nationally, should be, not that most states meet this, but should be 12. That's the caseload that we should be expecting staff to manage. We've been pretty good being able to hold in kind of like the mid to high teens for the past couple of years. But we haven't been able to kind of get down to that 12 number that our goal is. A couple of years ago, when lots of investments were made for this purpose, we did a deep analysis as to how many staff we actually needed to get to that threshold number of 12. And we actually, I think, do have the right number of staff on paper to get to that, but we haven't been able to fill enough positions to actually get to that number. I think today we're actually doing a little better than we have been for the past few months. We really had a bit of a downslide, I think, between late last winter through about October, November, and then we kind of saw our hiring be able to pick up again. I've heard different things about changes in kind of workforce hiring and kind of health and human services hiring in general that certainly we've seen on our side. So I'm hopeful that we'll start to see that pick up, but we certainly saw a pretty tough go of hiring workforce kind of in the post-COVID environment, both in the child protection sphere and in SYSC, the secured facility. Yeah.
Representative Raymond?
Thank you. I'm not going to speak to what it was when I left in 2017, but I'm curious if these numbers are for all staff or if it's just, or if foster care staffing is a little bit better. Because I know in the past it was like 20-ish for foster care and the goal is 12-ish.
Yeah, this is assessment staff. Family service, so is what we call the foster care staffing. The goal for that's actually 10, and that hovers more around the 15 number.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, both of them are higher than we want to be, but they're better than they used to be.
I believe it. Thanks.
Yep.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Joe, we're gonna call
Sounds
it quits
good.
there. We're gonna recess for lunch and come back. We have a 1 o'clock hearing.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of Finance. Ready. Open the hearing on House Bill 124, an act relative to temporary alimony. Prime sponsor is Representative DeSimone. Would you present your bill, please? Did the prime sponsor designate someone to do it for her? Would the vice chair introduce the bill, please? You can do it from there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll introduce House Bill 124 relative to temporary alimony.
Well done. Well, we have already sped forward to the pink cards. Chair recognizes the honorable gentleman from Atkinson. I believe it is Jay Markell. And there's two rules here. Number one, you got to sit. And number two, guess. Guess what's next? That's three. Number two is you got to turn the mic on. And you do that by, yeah, and you know you've done it because the red light comes on. And then you got to speak right into it.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so do one, you've done
Okay.
two,
Yeah.
and keep three in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name's Jay Markell. I'm a practicing family law attorney in New Hampshire and have been admitted.
Closer.
Oh, okay, thank you. And have been admitted to the New Hampshire bar since 1998. I was also involved in drafting some family law legislation, working with Representative Deb DeSimone and others over the last few years. And one of them has been involvement with alimony, particularly the alimony statute, which ultimately a different version became law back around 2019. While the law does a number of good things, there are some flaws in it that need to be corrected, and actually they're more in the nature of housekeeping details. What brings us, and one of them here, I think, is in the definition section of RSA 45819. What it does is that it defines temporary alimony. And by the way, I can give some handouts here for distribution, which I think may help clarify. Should I just leave them here or to pass them around?
I would suggest you walk them to my honorable committee researcher who will pass them around.
Okay, thank you. There are two sets of statutes there. One is 45819 and 45819A. Okay, so what this bill does is that it looks at 458. Okay, I just want to get the definition section here. 45819, which is being passed around, and I've put a check mark. It's on page 2, and it deals with 45819, section 14, where it defines temporary alimony as being the periodic support payments to or on behalf of a spouse while the case is pending and ending on the effective date of divorce or legal separation or annulment. And such alimony shall not be counted towards the subject or either the formula or duration limits of 45819A3 unless the court finds that the temporary alimony was of unusually long duration. Now, the problem here is that the entire intent of the statute as it initially passed was designed to order to predictability into alimony statutes. In other words, before, it's still pretty much going to the casino and you may not know what you get, but at least you have guidelines to work with. The and what this bill does is that it simply brings temporary alimony of whatever duration to be paid, okay, in conformity with in conformity with 45819A2A, which says that they'll both be subject to the same regulations. Now, currently, that means the lesser of the reasonable need of the payee, or it would mean a maximum of 23%. As the law stands currently.
Excuse me, Counsel, I'm going to ask you to stop for a minute. I've got this stack of papers. There's no staples anywhere, and there's numbers of pages that look different to each other.
Oh.
So I'm a bit at a loss as to how many pages I get.
Okay, well, you get a total of, okay, I'm sorry, you get a total of 1, 2, I can give you my copies if you like.
Well, I'd like about 16 of them.
Okay, well, then I can staple them if need be. What it is that it's 45819A, and it has and it's a total of 4 pages, and 45819, which has a total of 2 pages.
Okay, so it starts with the letter parentheses G. That's the first page.
The first page is, are you looking at 45819A or 45819?
45819A.
Okay, 19A begins with the letter 1. It says the court may order term alimony upon payment, upon agreement of the parties
All
or
right,
in
I am
absence.
totally lost on this. This
Okay.
is
Okay,
needs
well,
to be redone.
okay, well, the essence of the bill is simply this. It brings it into conformity. And I'm happy to provide stapled copies that I have here to give the chairperson, or I will.
If you would give your copy to my committee researcher, granted this is not research, but she's multitaskable, and
Okay.
take this wad of things here and purloin a stapler from somewhere, you would do us a great favor. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the point of it is that it really just makes one small correction. And what it says is that it just brings it into conformity. The idea of bringing it into conformity is that unless you have immediate irreparable harm facing a payee for some reason that isn't foreseeable, that it simply puts alimony in the same category, temporary alimony, in the same duration limits as term alimony. And by the way, that doesn't paint anybody into a corner. The idea here is that if you have some extraordinary circumstance that wasn't foreseeable and that you need to vary from that formula, you can. Okay, just tell us what it is and why it's and why you need it and why there's going to be irreparable harm if it's not granted. Now, the other question that typically you might run into is, if we have that, what about other bills if the order of alimony simply isn't enough to be able to compensate somebody for bills? Well, if you have that kind of income disparity, there is absolutely nothing precluding a court ordering that in addition to the required alimony amount, that a disparity of income person who's making a lot of money can be ordered to pay bills in addition to the temporary alimony. So that means nobody would be conceivably left destitute. Nobody would ever receive basically a, quote, inadequate alimony award, because alimony is only one piece of a divorce puzzle. And that's really it, very simply. Now, the problem, so one of the questions that might come up is, why do we need this? Well, the problem is that you can get all kinds of insane things going on in court, and it undermines the entire intent of the statute, which is predictability. I had one case where the alimony seeker trumped up a number of things. Ultimately, we had to go through discovery. The court ended up referring the matter to the county attorney's office for perjury and fraud and a bunch of other things. That's the kind of abuse that it opens the door to. So that's really it in a nutshell. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
The chair recognizes Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Markle. So this also adds the court shall make written findings supporting its orders also. So that's in addition to what's currently in there now.
That's correct. Right. So the rest of the alimony statute stays intact. All this is just correcting an oversight.
Okay. So follow up for me.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I had wrote a note that it first requires court finding, but that doesn't change from what's originally in statute?
No, it doesn't change it. In other words, the rest of the statute stays the same.
Okay.
What it just says is the court's simply going to make written findings for its order. And, that's not a burden on the court. And what it does is it just makes everything more predictable. And actually, it helps for both sides. A potential payee can go, if the potential payee is represented by counsel. I'm sorry, this is in the way here, okay. The potential payee, if represented by counsel, can go in and say, okay, well, you can ask for temporary alimony. This is what it would be. But if you feel this is inadequate, we can go in and we can ask that other bills be paid in addition to alimony. So we can get the mortgage paid. We can get the utilities paid. We can get this paid. We can get that paid, as long as there's an ability to pay. Now from the potential payors side, the benefits to both counsel and pro se are that you can say to yourself, okay, well, this is what I would be expected to pay if the court finds that the rest of the factors are there. So in other words, it just kind of evens things out, makes it simpler and easier to understand. So you don't get some of the kind of, frankly, crazed pleadings and sometimes unpredictable orders that can result from this kind of thing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this bill, it says, has been in committees ever since 2015. Has there been harm in the fact that it hasn't been passed for almost 8 years?
Well, I don't think this particular bill has been in committee since 2015, because I was working on alimony reform starting in 2015. And we had a number of iterations on alimony bills. I had provided a couple of them. The couple of the solutions that I had provided were later incorporated into what became the Alimony Reform Act in 2019. So I don't recall this temporary thing being in there. I can't specifically address what that would have been.
Follow up.
Follow up.
According to this that they passed out, now sometimes it's gone over to committees to study whether or not it was needed. But regardless, has there been harm in not passing it?
Well, the answer is I've personally seen it. Yeah, I've seen people get orders that they either couldn't pay. Our firm has seen orders that they couldn't pay, and unfortunately, it's subject to judicial discretion, so they're largely unreviewable as long as there is a, quote, objective basis for the findings and rulings the courts make on appeal. And personally, I'm going to cite right now only one case that came out of the Nashua court that I had, where the payee went in and made a number of representations as to what their income was, as to the exigency of circumstances that would have required an alimony order. We had to go through the extensive discovery process to find out that not only had this person perjured themselves, that they had lied repeatedly under oath and on interrogatories, had concealed information, and ultimately the court made a referral to the county attorney's office. Now, this isn't the kind of thing that you would like to see on a regular basis. That's only one glaring example. So in other words, so what is the harm that it prevents? It prevents a lot of harm. And what it says is that, and it's just basically fairer to both parties. Now, on the other side, if you've got immediate irreparable harm, economic harm, that is, plead your case. Just argue. Bring us the facts and figures that say there should be a variance from this order or a variance from this statute. And if you can do that, that's fine. That's what courts are all about.
Any further questions from the committee? Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you. I'm curious about how this change would stop the situation that you gave as an example, because I don't see how this language would have stopped that particular individual from committing all of that fraud. I mean, it seems to me that we already have under 458-19A for an allowance for the court adjusting formula amounts if the court requires that justice requires an adjustment. So I guess I'm curious about how this would prohibit that example from happening.
It would cut down on it. Nothing is perfect. But the point of it is that when people see that, I think they would be less likely to do it, and there would be better arguments for it. And, nothing is perfect. This just cuts down on it. And it also does something that the current statute doesn't do, which is add predictability, which is what it's supposed to do. Did I, if I haven't answered your question, is
follow up?
No, thank you.
Okay. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like the formula is too rigid, confined, and we need this as a relief valve.
Well, what it does is that this actually adds predictability. In other words, the whole point of the alimony statute was to add predictability and to give both parties in the courts guidelines and guidance from the legislature as to how the alimony statute ought to work. So what this does is that this corrects what I think is frankly an error in the statute, and says, okay, look, this is what it is going in. Okay, this is what you can expect. Now, human nature being what it is and the human existence being what it is, I go back to what I said before. If you have some kind of immediate, irreparable economic harm, tell us what it is, and be prepared to verify it. Just don't make it as an offer of proof. And offer of proof means, Your Honor, if my client were to testify, this is what they'd say. Okay, just bring it, and then the court can have a basis to rule on it. As it is now, you know, the whole point of the alimony statute was to turn this from a Wild West shoot 'em out into something that we would be able to have some order and be able to work from and guidance. And I remember a number of the judges, when these alimony statutes were being worked, were looking for guidance and thought it was a pretty good idea. So that's where it goes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the bill, Deborah DeSimone. The vice chair kindly introduced the bill for you, and now DeSimone. It is Italian. We pronounce every letter. Not to be confused with French, where we skip some of them, right? Yeah. German, we'll get back to you.
Yeah, my ethnic background is Scots and English, and we won't even bother to go there. I only need about a minute. I appreciate the vice chair for introducing the bill. I apologize to the committee for my tardiness. It's not the way I roll. I appreciate Mr. Markell for his comments. And the reason that I sponsored this bill is simple. Constituents and judges have made it known that the alimony process is not quite what it should be, and this helps it along. It's not a 100% fix, but it gets it forward. Thank you.
Any questions for the primary sponsor? Seeing none, thank you, and come on back up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stay out here because the next bill will be mine as well.
As you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mary, and I'm reading this, is this Kruger? Kruger, yes. Representing the New Hampshire Legal Assistance people.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I'm Mary Kruger. I'm an attorney at New Hampshire Legal Assistance. We're a nonprofit statewide law firm providing free civil legal services to people in poverty to help them meet their basic needs, including issues like housing, income maintenance, and we also operate a domestic violence advocacy project where we represent clients, victims and survivors of domestic abuse in civil protection order hearings and also divorce and parenting cases. And I come today in opposition of this change to the alimony law, and there's a few reasons for that I can speak to. First is I was part of what we called informally an alimony working group back in, I think we assembled in the summer of 2018, if I recall. Which was headed up by a woman named Honey Hastings, who unfortunately has passed away. And she was really the leader of our group of a variety of different family law attorneys, mediators, and others who help people with divorce law in New Hampshire. And we really spent, we did probably 10 different meetings over a summer to help draft what is currently the alimony law, which is made up of RSA 45819 and RSA 45819 lowercase a. The purpose of that law was to establish a formula which is currently in place that was amended slightly due to changes in federal tax law, but that's been in place for the last couple of years. And this change here would just change the definition of temporary alimony. So the difference is there's term alimony, which is the alimony that would be put in place on a final basis after a final hearing and when a final decree is issued for the divorce. Temporary alimony is what's put in place while the divorce is still pending. in the court system. Temporary hearings are generally scheduled pretty early. If there's no mediation or if mediation fails, the temporary hearing is what the court scheduled in order to put temporary orders in place, like use and possession of a marital home, payment of certain bills, child support if there's children, and things of that nature. And temporary orders are usually made before there's been any formal discovery where people would be exchanging a number of documents about income and assets and ownership of various, cars and real estate and all of the, stocks and bonds and whatever other things that may be part of the marriage. And so often it would be very difficult to have a formula apply at that time because the formula is based on the two parties' gross income, and then it's 23% of that gross income. And if there's other kinds of payments over property that hasn't been divided yet, and people don't understand all of the value of all of those things and what kinds of payments might need to be made, that formula could be confiscatory on one or the other party. And therefore, when we worked as a group of family law practitioners, thought about that and really knew that having the court to be able to not be bound by a formula at that time just didn't make sense because ultimately it needs to decide all of the other distribution of property and debt. And once it's able to do that, then the formula can apply because you assume that they've been able to figure out the disposition of all of those other things, whereas it's really too early to do so at the temporary stage. And then I would just say that the way that this is written, I've read it over a few different times. I understand the purpose now, having heard from Mr. Markell to explain that. I'm not sure that the language that I'm reading actually accomplishes what it is that I think the intent is for what I've just heard, which is to have the formula be the default at the temporary stage, and allow the judge to veer off from that if there would be economic harm, and that burden would be on the person who is the recipient of the alimony payment. But this language here says such alimony shall not be subject to the duration limits under RSA 458-19-A and the formula limits under RSA 458-19-A2 unless, and then so it's saying it's not subject, which is that's the current law, is that it's not subject to the formula, the duration limits and the formula limits. Currently, that's what the law says. And then this says unless the person who's seeking the temporary alimony and the court finds that irreparable economic harm would result if the percentage formula were applied, which presumes that it is being applied. So it's not the language. If this were passed, it would confuse the courts. It would confuse attorneys. I'm confused by it. So I'm not sure that the way it's written is accomplishing what I'm hearing is the change, which fundamentally I would argue is not the right change to make. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
The chair calls Vivian Gerard, is it? I guess so. Did I get the name right?
Yes.
Good.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I just wanted to voice my opinion on this because I was affected terribly by alimony during my divorce case. As many of you know, when you're dealing with divorce and alimony, there's many factors that need to be looked at here. In my case, and this is all I can use here, is in my case, I had a child that had a disability. I had left my employment after 15 years to raise my daughter. I was married for 19 years, and based on our family, I put my ex through school. He got his engineering degree, and he made more money than I did. And based on my daughter getting kicked out of school or preschools at 3-4 years old, we had to do something. During our divorce, not only did my employment suffer, they told me I was underemployed, even though we decided before we filed for divorce to start up a family-owned business. And in order to file for divorce, they did issue me a temporary alimony, but I feel that not all of the factors were looked at based on the current law. So I agree with Mr. Martell that a lot of this stuff really needs to be looked at. There needs to be a lot of housekeeping involved here, and it really needs to be looked at based on the duration of the marriage, what your factors are if you have a child with disability. And in my case, we as a couple decided that we were going to start up our own business at the house so I could remain employed, have my own income base. Right after we purchased the property where I was going to perform my business, unfortunately, my ex was not in the marriage anymore. He decided to move on. Just because he decided to move on did not stop the opportunity that I started to get my business off the ground. My parents have moved in. I had my children in the school system. My business started to really pick up. And in order to keep the house, I did need the alimony. I did need child support. And because of my situation, the judge used so much discretion, and she found any way possible to vary from the law. I think that we really need to have more detail crossroads as to, all right, how long were you married for? Were you married over 10 years? Were you under 10 years? Do you have children? How old are they? Do they have disability? Like, you need to know more about a family rather than a judge ruling on your life, not knowing any of the background, any of the details. And the fact that in my case, I had a 5 and a 7-year-old child. I lived in the marital house because that's where my business was. If I gave up my house, I would have been unemployed and living under a bridge in a cardboard box. What's the best way to do it here? Keep me in the house with the children and keep them in the school system for the benefit of the children? Or is it better to leave me homeless and unemployed? And then to boot, the judge used, again, too much discretion. I have a book about this thick, where she did not take the interest of the children in any way, shape, and form. I lost all the property, even the kids' beds, the bureaus, and everything else. I lost my 401k. I lost everything. So doing the equitable divisions are not working. So if you have, in my case, would have been nice to have some kind of unemployment, alimony, because I wasn't eligible for unemployment. I wasn't eligible for state services. And it took so long for me to get into the system to be on services, which I should not have been. If I was married to somebody that made $150,000 a year, I should not be struggling to put food on my table, pay my bills, keep my children in their doctor's appointments because I couldn't even afford the co-pays. And the fact that there's so many different problems based on the court system and the deviations that they make, you give them too much deviation, they don't know which way to go. They can make up any decision that they want, and then you become a taxpayer burden. So I guess I just want to make sure that you guys understand that in these type of systems, if there's fault on the breakdown of the marriage, if there's unequal property division, if there's all these things that are going on within the court case, you got to think about that parent that's trying to raise those children in that household. So I guess I would just look at the way that it's written and support that part of it.
Are you willing to take questions if there are any from the committee?
Absolutely.
Are there any from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your story. It gives a personal note to our hearing today. Sorry, I took my earbuds out because my phone is ringing.
That's quite all right. And actually, if people do want to read up on it more, it's the Silva v. Silva case.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I have no more pink cards that have been handed in, so I will close the hearing on House Bill 124. My guess is that we're not ready to move forward on this. We would like to ponder it for the next week or two, or not. So a straw poll. How many of you would like to move to exec this bill right now? All right. How many of you would like to wait? That's very decisive. Thank you. And now where are we? We are on, open the hearing on House Bill 85. The chair has flown in at no expense whatever. Representative DeSimone from the front of the room to present her Bill 85 relative to anti-nuptial agreements. Anti, A-N-T-E, meaning before, not A-N-T-I, meaning against. 85.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. My name is Deborah DeSimone. I represent Atkinson, Rockingham 18. I brought this bill before you because quite a while ago, we in this state started to allow same-gender marriages. But the law continued to say him, her, he, she. This bill that I bring forth will change that to be more gender neutral. And that's what we need to do. That's all it is. It's a very simple housekeeping bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The last time I used the word housekeeping in committee, 20 minutes later, they rewrote the bill. But I think you can get away on this one.
Maybe so, maybe no. We'll see.
Would you take questions?
Absolutely.
Questions from the committee, if any. It's pretty straightforward. Yes. Representative Raymond.
Hi, I apologize because I'm new. Do we have standard gender neutral language that the state has been using in bills thus far?
No.
Okay. Do we have suggestions for gender neutral? Or is it just going to be they, them?
I believe that it states that in the bill.
Oh, two people. I apologize.
It would be two people.
Okay.
As opposed to they, them, him, or whatever. Yeah.
Thank you.
Those acronyms continually seem to change.
Evolve, yes. Thank you.
So
I
I wanted
appreciate
to
it.
be neutral. Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you see an issue with adding the adult people, or would that be complicated?
Considering the fact that at this point, marriages can take place at, unfortunately, the age of 16, they are not
Don't leave
adults.
early this afternoon.
You're right. At this time, 16-year-olds are not adults. So I, at this time, would prefer not to make that change at this time.
Okay, thank you.
But I get where you're going.
Thank you for introducing your bill to us. I see no further questions, unless you'd like to say something.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And we bring back our, I was going to say old friend, I mean friend of some duration, Attorney Markel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is, I suppose, I guess one would say, a housekeeping bill. It simply needs to bring the statute. The reason the language change is necessary is that it simply needs to bring the statute up to date with the marriage laws as they exist in the state of New Hampshire. One of the questions was my initial involvement with this actually came quite by accident. Last year, I was asked to do an opinion letter on the validity and enforceability of an anti-nuptial agreement for the state of South Carolina, for a litigant in the state of South Carolina. And it's important because the anti-nuptial agreement by both parties said that in the event of a dispute, the laws of New Hampshire shall control the outcome of any dispute arising in North Carolina as a result of this anti-nuptial agreement. So I looked at the statute and I realized I think it was created in 1981, long before same-sex marriage became lawful in this state, which it did by operation of law, by passing the appropriate statutes, which I think, as we all know, also became the law of the land in 2015 under the United States Supreme Court. So I looked at the statute and I realized, wait a minute, there's a problem here, because if it says a man and a woman, now what happens if you have same-sex couples who are married and who are in a similar circumstance, and it only says a man and a woman? So then all of a sudden, imagine the problem a South Carolina judge is going to have if all of a sudden the same thing comes up and you have two same-sex couples, and they're going to have to interpret it under New Hampshire law. And they're going to see, wait a minute, you guys, you can't do it because you're bound by New Hampshire law. And in New Hampshire law, if you have two same-sex couples, whatever the merits and whatever the outcome is going to be bound by the statute. And since they have to give full faith and credit as a general proposition to another state's acts, which is what New Hampshire does, okay, with anti-nuptial agreements, it would only make sense that with a simple word change, we bring the statute up to date and just say two persons. And for example, with Representative Long's position, which, good point, well, once again, it's two persons marry. And so whatever the two persons are going to be, it's going to depend on the laws of that state as to whether they can marry or not. Okay, so that's how it more likely would be interpreted. And that might be buttressed by the Uniform Marriage Recognition Act, okay, which helps that. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Seeing none, thank you, Counselor.
Thank you.
And I have no more pink cards, so I will close the hearing on House Bill 85. And in consultation with my vice chair, as per our new House rules, I am now opening the executive session on House Bill 85. Would somebody care to make a motion? The chair recognizes Representative DeSimone.
My chair, if you don't mind,
Could you tease us along the way?
I will teach you along the way, and I will make a motion for.
She will make a motion on ought to pass, and Representative Moulton.
I will second that motion as
Welcome
ought
to the committee. Your first,
Thank you.
second.
I will second that as ought to pass.
All righty. Any discussion? We're having an exec session. On 85. Yep. Okay, so we got two clerks, no waiting. Any further discussion? When the clerk is ready, the clerk may call the roll on House Bill 85, an act relative to anti-nuptial agreements. The motion is ought to pass as moved by Representative DeSimone and seconded by Representative Moulton.
Mr. Chairman Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Long,
Yes.
Representative DeSimone,
Yes.
Representative Bickford,
Yes.
Representative Nelson,
Yes.
Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Representative Ball. Representative Penn.
Yes.
Representative Seidel. Representative Grossman.
Yes.
Representative Levesque.
Yes.
Representative Perez.
Yes.
Representative Gray.
Yes.
Representative Moulton.
Yes.
Representative Raymond.
Yes.
It is 16-0. Before the gavel drops, anybody can change your vote. You get a one last little round. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just telling you what you may do. Hearing no one, the results are it is passed 16-0. Any objection to it going on to the consent calendar?
Mr. Chairman, I will move consent.
Thank you. There is no objection to consent calendar. Would you also like to write the, what do we call that thing now? Report, the blurb, yeah. You will write the committee report?
Yes.
Thank you very much. This closes the exec session on House Bill 85, and now I am opening the hearing on House Bill 200. Flown in from across the hall, Representative Nada Upham from the great Health and Human Services Committee of blessed memory to present her bill, which is 200. And you have a surprise for us. The amendment.
I have a surprise for you, an amendment, I do.
Chair, while getting settled, can we ask for the floor to write
Okay.
the,
Yeah, I was gonna ask her. Should we write it? Let's just take a peek and see if I didn't accidentally check it out at the file. That's why it's papers here. I was confused.
Usually has it in there.
Yeah.
It should be around, yeah. Does everyone have Representative Nutter Upham's amendment to her own bill? You know, if an amendment comes in from somebody else, there's a different order, but since this is her amendment, this is really the bill she'd like us to look at. And you told me over lunch that you thought it better worded what your intent is.
It's coming.
Is coming. Please take a look at, and I'll give you an extra one for your folder. Please take a look at House Bill 200 Amendment 001H1010. Amendment 2023-0010 Hotel. That is the amendment. It is coming. You may offer your bill to us.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Frances Nutter Upham. I'm a psychotherapist. I'm from Hillsborough 8, which is Nashua. I've had experience working in private practice, inpatient psychiatric hospitals, outreach clinics, regular clinics where the clients come into your office. I have worked with some abused children over the years. I've only been to court once with one of those children. So I'm looking at this from a therapist viewpoint, but I realize you are child and family law. So this bill, like the purpose of it is to give parents who have for some reason come before family courts and their child has shown some kind of signs that perhaps they need to be evaluated, that the parents have the choice to choose an evaluator, therapist, licensed person, whatever, under their own health insurance plan. Instead of, there could be cases where the court just appointed a list of therapists that they had, and the family had to pay out of pocket for that. And I don't know how expensive these evaluations could be, but a regular therapy session is upwards of $150. And I think as legislators, we're trying to fix problems and make things easier for our citizens. We're not trying to add ugly burden to a family that's already experiencing difficulties. Some of the other things that I learned about who appoints right now therapists or evaluators, and I read that guardian ad litems, GALs, who I thought naively were volunteer, like CASA workers, and they are not. Apparently, they are paid for by one parent or the other. And so I'm calling into question perhaps the fairness or their non-partiality of recommending a therapist. I mean, we all get comfortable with people we know, but I think in this case, it's time to empower the parents to be able to go to their I mean, if any of you have had probably experience with picking, medical doctors or counselors, you call up your insurance or you go to their website and you say, who's an expert in bereavement, who's an expert in whatever. Maybe you can look at their faces and choose a counselor that way. It's also, I was thinking, time and distance constraints in New Hampshire, that if someone was appointed a counselor that was an hour and a half drive away, when there was somebody in their town on their insurance plan that they could use, that would be causing undue hardship. So that's the gist of my bill. It's just giving the parents the choice to use a counselor under their insurance plan. And there's a proviso that's added in about if the parents can't agree to choose one, that then the court would step in. So some of us can imagine how contentious a divorce could be. Fortunately, I haven't had to see too much of that, but anyway. So that's the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Moulton.
That was my hope, but then I realized that it could be just one parent paying for it, which, yeah. Yes, thank you. In a perfect world, that's the deal. Okay, thank you.
Frau Grossmann, bitte.
Thank you.
She was born in Germany.
I know. I won't ask my question in German.
I could only give you one or two word
Right.
answer back in German. And
So just to confirm that if they do not agree, if the two parties involved are not in agreement, and then it's going back to the court to decide, the court will then have to pick someone
Yes.
within network.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. So the current language says that the court needs to do consideration to finding one in network. Do we know that if there's a problem with finding providers in network, I guess is my question. And then the second part of the question is, what about for those families who have New Hampshire Healthy Families or Medicaid for whom there is a significant lack of providers available right now?
That is an excellent question. I don't have an answer to.
Thank you.
I just know that, of course, some therapists will work on a sliding scale. They'll take your income into, they'll take a look at it and decide that, well, okay, you could pay $50 for a session instead of the usual 150. So I think with this bill this way, if a family didn't have an insurance, but that is something maybe you guys can figure out how to add on to this to have people covered who don't have insurance. But at least this would give someone the opening to try and find someone who would work for a sliding scale in a more affordable
Thank you.
therapy session. Thank you for your question.
Representative, do you think that we should perhaps put language in your amendment regarding what would happen if the parents have no insurance or there was no one in network? Because I could see in a restrictive way, the court shall choose a participating provider in the party's health insurance carrier network begs the question that the parents have that.
Yes.
So how is the court now instructed if there's no one in network or if the parents do not have insurance? I would want that in here somewhere.
I think that would be an excellent addition to this. And I don't know, and I'm not sure if anyone here knows, what does the court currently do when someone has no insurance?
Well, it's in here.
Oh, I don't have that.
It was a Christmas present. I didn't need clothes.
New cribbage board, Yeah,
my suggestion would be, before we exec this bill, you could find out from those who know it, and perhaps when we do go to exec it, there'd be an amendment instead of 200 that we could consider.
Yes, I would be happy to do that.
Okay, Representative Perez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what happened if one of the parents don't agree, has restraining order?
I'm familiar with the therapy side of things. So what do you mean that exactly?
Because sometimes,
I mean, the child can't see this parent because of the restraining order?
or they can't agree with what therapist or who's paying for, or who's taking who's going to make the decision about the therapist, because it's a restraining order, but that parent is the one who's paying, or the other parent cannot afford it. How is that going to work?
Well, I think with the proviso, if there's I'm sorry, I got to find the line.
Line 7 of your amendment.
In the event that abuse has been made, and I would assume that if we have a restraining order, that would sort of imply that then the court would decide. So
okay, thanks.
I think it's probably hard to put wording in for every possible scenario, but I think that loosely covers that. Thank you for your question, Representative.
Representative Moulton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to comment on what Representative Perez was saying, there's usually language in there that says who is going to make the decisions about medical in the temporary orders or in the divorce decree in the event that there's a restraining order and somebody else can't.
Okay, thank you.
You're speaking as a therapist. Now you got to go talk to the lawyers.
Yes.
Not to cancel out your good work here as a therapist, but just to make sure that the court understands and doesn't find themselves in a conundrum.
Yes, I think the coverage, what do we do with people without insurance? which someday I hope we never have to say.
Unless and until.
Yeah.
And also those cases where the parents may be unable to agree because one of them has by court order been put out of the picture. You know, I'd run this by a lawyer or two to see what they come up with.
Okay.
Because it's a good bill. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, you'll give me a well, I'll get back to you before you schedule an exec
Yeah,
session, please.
think about the 24th.
This
That's
month?
two-
Yes.
No, last month. Okay. We got a few people who want to speak to this bill, and put you in the front row there as an expert in case you're the one that can answer the questions
All right.
that they raise.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Glad you're here. Chair calls, I believe it's Dana Albrecht. Did I get the name right?
Yes, Dana Albrecht for the record, and Rep. Grossman can probably pronounce it better than I can.
Albrecht.
Yes.
Right.
So for the record, Dana Albrecht, Nashua, New Hampshire. I'm the father of 4 wonderful children. First, very brief background on my own case, and then 3 points in support of the bill. Also, as a preliminary matter, if I could respectfully request the chair to tell us the name and title of your Christmas present.
New Hampshire Juvenile Laws was one of them. The other one was Law Essentials of Family Law, and it has a practice LSAT test in there, which I aced. So now I'm being sent things from law schools asking me to apply in my spare time.
Perfect. We could all
Come on up and take a look at it afterwards if you wish.
Yeah, great. So by way of background, I've had my adventures in the New Hampshire Judicial Branch. Some of you might have read about those in the Union Leader. But I have a multi-state diversity of citizenship case where New Hampshire has decided over the objection of both parties that Michigan should now have jurisdiction concerning court orders that require counseling occur in California, and nobody lives in California, so we're having fun dealing with that right now. But moving on to the bill, sort of 3 points in support. First off, without getting into the weeds, I think we have a crisis in the judicial branch right now. We've had a number of outgoing judicial officers leave under judicial misconduct, and we've had a whole lot more incoming and inexperienced judges. And I understand we've even gotten to where we're closing the judicial branch twice a month for 2 hours a day in the morning to do in-service training. So again, you know, lots of new incoming people. Anything we can do to help them out, I think would be a good thing. And I think this bill would do that. So that's sort of point number one. Point number two is I think this bill furthers the provisions of our state constitution. You know, a lot of the stuff in the Constitution is short and sweet, and then you expound upon that in statute, and hopefully that all comports, and I think it does here, and especially when, you know, judges have a little more detail in statute, that certainly helps them out. But in particular, parenting rights are protected under Article 2 of the state constitution. And so, if you look at the text, you know, on the one hand, the language bold in Section 3, you know, parents have a right to choose a counselor. On the one hand, I think they already do pursuant to the state constitution. On the other hand, you know, that's going to be hard for a judge to figure out. So let's just put it in the statute where it's nice and clean and unambiguous. I think this also sort of goes toward furthering what's been called a spirit of equality that pervades the entire state constitution. Again, you know, therapists before, going to the lawyers now. But I think we have a disparity of outcome across the state in various family court cases. You might get it's kind of the luck of the draw, depending on which court you wind up in, which judge you get, just a lot of variables there. And if you have, you know, a little more detail written into the statute of, you know, how a judge, particularly a new and inexperienced one, is supposed to handle something, then I think that can be helpful. So I think, again, if you go back historically, there's sort of an ancient Supreme Court opinion that's still cited today, which is State v. Pennoyer, 65 NH 113 from 1889. But it's one of those classics that people still keep citing. So most recently, an opinion of the justices, 144 NH 374, 1999, and Vermont also deferred to that for equal protection provisions in marriage. But bottom line is it talks about a spirit of equality that pervades the state constitution. And back then, it was about having sort of different outcomes in different areas of the state. And
I'm going to ask you to kind of wrap it up because
Okay.
we've got some folks before you.
Okay.
After you, excuse me.
I think I'm actually done, mostly. So just coming back to that is what I think this goes to address is a lack of equality throughout the states and disparity of outcomes, and that we're seeing now that's sort of in conflict with, you know, case law. And why not fix it at the trial court instead of litigate it all the way up, you know, the appellate food chain? With that, any questions?
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Sebastian Fuentes, Senor Fuentes. Hey, we are trying to become multilingual in this committee, and we're off to a good start.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sebastian Fuentes. I'm the Movement Politics Director for our organization called Rights and Democracy. But I'm here to speak on a capacity of a parent that had to deal with this exact issue a few years ago. We went to a divorce about 8 years now ago, and you know, it's trying to, as you know, when you go through a divorce, it can be a bumpy, rocky situation, and sometimes kind of dangerous for either parent or the child. At that point, the court at that time appointed me a guardian ad litem that I had no idea who that was. No, the mother of my daughter didn't know who that was as well. We have to come out with money. We kind of were forced to pay a specific amount of money. It was about $1,000 at the time. But as you know, when you go through a divorce, everything changes. Your financial situation changes. Your living status changes. So it becomes a problem. So at that time, I have to sell some of my belongings to be able to pay for the guardian ad litem, my half of the amount. So I wish this piece of legislation was a law back then, because it would help me be able to find somebody more affordable, somebody that local, close to the community where I was living, because you know, living in a North Country, there's not that many. So it made it hard for us to be able to get to that process. And because I didn't have the money at the time, you know, I have to delay the process a little bit. So the parenting, coming out with a parenting plan and the divorce settlement and everything, it took a little bit longer just because we didn't have the means, the financial means to pay for the guardian ad litem. So I'm just here to, to speak on support of this bill. So hopefully you guys will consider it. Thank you.
Any questions for Senor Fuentes? Senora Perez.
In Spanish or English, either way, we can.
I'm going to do both.
There we go.
With subtitles, please.
I'm going to do it in Spanish first. ¿Tú piensas que esta legislación podría ayudar para que los padres puedan tener esta terapia cuando hay un caso que las personas no tienen los recursos económicos para pagarlo? Que esta ley podría haberte ayudado en tu caso. I'm asking if he believed that this legislation would help him at that point that he had a hard time, monetary hard time, and the parents would benefit with this bill will pass.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. See. No, absolutely. That would have helped me tremendously back then. And not just me, it would help also the mother of my daughter as well. Trying to be fair here in the discussion, both sides. We need the assistance. And that's just my reality. I know that's the reality of many Granite Staters.
Any other questions? Okay.
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
De nada. Chair recognizes Vivian Girard.
Hi, Chair and members of the chair. I just want to speak with you, not that I was very prepared for this today, but you were asking about how this affected people. And I was actually one of those people. And when I could not afford certain appointments for my daughter because she had a disability, and based on our situation, my ex was the one that made all the money, and I was the one that was caring for the children mostly. In my situation where he had the insurance and I had to pay the copays, I got to a certain situation where I could not pay those copays, and he was supposed to pick up the other portion of that, and he did not. And what happened in my situation was anything outside of a certain network, they did not cover, or they covered 80% or whatever the percentage was. So unfortunately, he did not feel obligated to pay these medical expenses. And because I was the parent that took them to the appointments, and this is where we have a big gap in the law, people, whoever takes that child to the doctors is the one that bears the financial burden.
I'm going to interrupt you here, and I'm not quite sure how this relates to the bill before us. It may relate to bills we're having later.
Well,
but this has to do with the right to choose the counselor or the right to be evaluated.
That's
by a
where I'm
practitioner.
going with this.
All right.
So in my situation, because I could not afford these things and he carried the insurance, he was demanding who these people went to. And unfortunately, because I was the one that was taking them, it fell on me financially. So it hit my credit. I went into very bad credit standing because of his lack of payment. Then it got to the point that I had to go on state insurance because I could not afford the people that he picked. So as a person of my stature, I was the housewife, so to speak, and the stay-at-home mom and self-employed business. So I did not have the rights that most people do in a relationship. It's not going into an even ground. Whoever carries a financial amount, and in this case he did, he made $150,000 versus what I made, which was closer to like 70. It's all income based, but it took me a while to get to where I am because it was a brand new business. But so getting back to where you're trying to go here is whoever has that financial drive is the one that gets to pick. And they don't care the burden that is put on the other parent a lot of the times. And the judges don't care which way they go. They're just trying to find a happy medium on that insurance. But they don't see that the financial burden really falls on the parent that brings this child to the doctors. So that's just what I wanted to leave you with, because I wasn't prepared for this, but I wanted you to know from my point of view that this is what hit me hard and put me in a financial situation where I could not recover from.
Now, you said you weren't prepared, but you sure do ad lib well.
I lived this life since 2014, and it was not an easy life.
Thank you.
And
Would you take some questions if
Sure.
there are any? Anybody? Questions? Nothing? Okay. Representative Raymond.
Sorry, I just wanted to know at the end of all of that, do you think that this language would have helped your situation?
It hasn't ended yet. So absolutely, if I was in that situation at the very beginning, I would not have fallen into collections. I would not have fallen into the situation that I'm in financially in this burden.
Representative Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're absolutely right because co-pays are due at the time of service. So,
Got to kind of be a question.
so that's what I'm getting at.
Would you believe that? And then you say what you want to say.
Would you believe that? Okay. But what I'm getting at is there a possibility in certain situations that you and your ex or a person and their ex could make an agreement as I'm the one that's taking the kid to the doctor's appointment because it is easier due to my schedule? Could you help pay the copay? Because I think that's the only way someone would be able to get out of your type of situation.
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
I believe that is not going to be correct. The reason being is my ex and I could not make an agreement to the very beginning. We had to have the judges intervene on every aspect of it. And because certain situations took higher priority, my attorney kept saying, we cannot bring this to court yet. They're already looking at too many problems. So if this was an automatic part of the law where it automatically says both parties are responsible or in a portion of it is, say 40, 60 or whatever the case may be, I think that would help somebody of a lower financial income because it's not fair walking in. You're not at certain levels. You're not equal. And that's where the law falls short is they assume everybody's equal and treated fairly, and they're not.
Good. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the Honorable Melbourne. Now, if he's French, it's Moran. If he's Irish or English, it's Moran.
Moran.
English or Irish?
Both.
Of course.
Mutt.
That's not a mutt. That's a hybrid.
Well, there's a lot in my family. French, too, at some point.
Then it could be Moran.
Yeah, well, I think it's Moran. I have to double check now. I might have been pronouncing my
Get back
name
to me on that
wrong
one, would you?
the entire
Yeah, this is
35 years of
important.
my life.
Okay, thank you. And you're from Wanderlust Services.
Wanderlust Therapeutic Services. Hello, former colleagues. My name is Melbourne Moran Jr. I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker. I also own Wanderlust Therapeutic Services in Nashua. We serve about 700 people in the greater Nashua region through our outpatient counseling division. We also serve over 500 in our forensic social service division, which includes domestic relations. I'm here today because I should note, Wanderlust is in New Hampshire's greatest city, Nashua.
Chair recognizes Representative Nutter Upman for an outburst.
So, Representative Nutter Upham reached out to me about this particular matter, and I was so agreeable that I wanted to come here and take time out of my day to express how wonderful this bill would be. I'm also a guardian ad litem down in Massachusetts, and we deal with guardian ad litems up here in New Hampshire as well. So there are often times where the guardian ad litem will recommend a particular therapist that's out of network. I'm sure many of you know, if you're familiar with mental health in the state of New Hampshire, that many therapists choose not to enter health insurance network plans, and they charge a significant amount, up to $150, $200 an hour. Our private rate's $200 an hour, but that's if someone's making a substantial amount of money, $200,000 or more a year. In this case, we do get a lot of families that are referred to us because we take every major insurance, including Medicaid, at our agency. So we do a lot of family counseling, family systems counseling, high conflict resolution counseling, which is very common in these type of cases where the parents are essentially using the child as a pawn for their own means. And we do a lot of that services here. There is stories, I could tell you story after story of speaking to clients who have been trying to find a therapist who's been told to go this one, that one, they aren't in network, and they want to charge them $150 an hour. And we can all be honest, the probate and the family court system in any state, especially here in New Hampshire and the state that I'm a GAL in Massachusetts, it's everyone wants to make sure they get paid if someone has the financial ability to do so. Attorneys need to get paid, therapists want to get paid, guardian ad litem's want to get paid. I think this bill helps insurance companies kick in their fair share of it to reduce the burden on the actual parents and the children who are going through a very difficult time in their lives. I think this would be a great way to limit the burden, the financial impacts over the very costly system that is the family court. And I could answer some of the questions that were asked earlier, but if you have any specific questions for me, feel free.
You served in the House?
Yes, last session. Yes.
I thought so.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was me.
That was you?
Rep Long and we were also on the executive committee, I believe, too, for the county.
You can vouch for him?
I don't know if he'll vouch for me, but he'll acknowledge that I was here.
Good guy. Pretty good. Any questions? Yeah, Representative Long. Having vouched for him, yes.
Chairman, do you take clients that are court ordered with no insurance?
So we haven't had clients court ordered with no insurance. There have been situations where clients have been court ordered to our agency, and we've helped them apply for Medicaid. And then they get on Medicaid, and then we can take New Hampshire Healthy Families, WellSense, or AmeriHealth. There are times that very, very rarely will you find a child under 18 without health insurance in this state. And if they don't have health insurance and their family has lacks the means, they're easily, I'm talking about very easily qualified for Medicaid in this state.
Okay. And I'll follow
up.
With respect to copays, is what we've heard earlier is that if I'm the one bringing the child, I'm doing the copay, even though my spouse is responsible for the payment. Is there a delineation from that?
So typically, if two parents bring a child, they're both financially responsible unless there's a court order. And this is my agency's policies. Other agencies might have different policies. If there's a court order that says one parent is financially responsible for the copays and one's responsible for providing the insurance, then yes, then we would have to seek the copays from that one parent that the court has ordered responsible. If there's no court order, they're both responsible for their child's finances. If they don't pay, in my case, we bring them to small claims court and we resolve it there, but we don't send anything to collections.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This concludes the hearing on House Bill 200, and Representative Nutter Upham is going to go talk to the lawyers, and you'll be back, and we'll probably exec this in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Hi.
Hi.
I would make a motion to exec it now because I don't necessarily see it as a high priority to make sure we get further language into the amendment about families that don't have insurance if what the person who just testified says happens rarely.
You don't have standing to make that motion.
Okay.
That is solely in the discretion of the chair, now in consultation with the vice chair.
Okay.
But nice thought.
Great.
See you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
No, see you now. Okay, now, I asked my wife this whole question of, since we're not in West Virginia, you shouldn't get married when you're 12. What would be the appropriate age? And remember, she's a physician, and her answer was for women, probably 21, and for men, maybe 40. And that assumes she's met a lot of mature 40-year-old men. Yes?
So I think I'm in the middle somewhere.
We're getting there. Every couple of years, we're bumping it up. All right, where's the gavel? Here is the gavel. We are now opening House Bill 34FN, raising again the marriage age, this time to 18, and flown over from the side over here is Mademoiselle Levesque. Okay, this is one of my two deaf ears. This is the other one, actually.
Sorry, my testimony plus some data from organizations that I've been working with since I was 16 when I started this fight to defend child marriage. Hello, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Cassandra Leck. I represent Stratford 4, Barrington, and Stratford. I'm here today to introduce HB 34FN, which raises the marriage age from 16 to 18. The reason for this bill is I have received throughout my journey of fighting this so many letters of survivors, of people in support, and I wanted to give you the data that follows all of those stories that I've listed in my testimony, which is that it is a lifelong impact on people's lives. They will always be affected by the child marriage. It lasts generations, and it never ends until someone decides to stop it. It coincides with domestic violence, human trafficking, and so much more. And I have also heard a lot of the opposition for this is teen pregnancy and the military. We are the second lowest teen pregnancy rates in the US. Massachusetts is the lowest. As for the military is against those that are using their men and women that are serving as using their benefits towards their advantage. And since DNA has been involved, and especially with crime and everything, they have used it to determine paternity, and if we'll give the benefits to that child, and they can now designate benefits towards spouses, towards anyone that they decide they want to receive those benefits. So part of my journey, I have found child marriage was in my family. I knew of my grandmother who was married at 16 to a man in the military. He was abusive towards her verbally and said, "This is how many women I have been with. These are why they are so much better than you are." And she had a child from that marriage. She decided enough was enough. She can't deal with that verbal attack every single day, every time he came back from Pearl Harbor, and decided to take her child and go back from Florida up to Massachusetts, where she is originally from. And then looking further, I found that my great-grandmother on my dad's side, was married at 16 to a 49-year-old man who abused her verbally and in front of their children, who thought that was okay for a marriage to be like that. And that was passed down from generation to generation until someone decided to end that and say enough is enough, which happens to be my parents. They decided no more of this. Drug, alcohol, any of that is enough. We don't want our child, me, growing up with this. Child brides are neither physically nor emotionally ready to become wives and mothers. They face more risks of experiencing dangerous complications in pregnancy and childbirth. They can contract HIV and AIDS and suffer from domestic violence. With little access to education and economic opportunities, they and their families are more likely to live in poverty, and the generations after them stay in poverty. Going to college is still very are still a very rare occurrence in our family. And most of my relatives work in low-paying jobs and live right along the federal poverty line. Child marriage is insidious and affects generations. It's not just sticking with that one girl in that one marriage. Some people feel like 16, 17-year-old children know what love is and fully understand that they are potentially understand what they know, what they're getting themselves into. The reality is they themselves do not know what the situations they are getting themselves into are going to be. 80% of these marriages end in divorce. And the data is there. I actually have my 6-inch binder. It's in the other room of all of this, and I'm have it all in my head, and I'm trying to digitize it too, so that way it's more portable than a 6-inch binder. Some of the stories that I have been told are like this one. My husband put a dog collar around my neck and trussed me up on the floor in front of my parents just to prove to them that he could control me. Another one, my husband was a monster. For the love of all that is holy, please do not let another child go through what I had to go through. Another, I was alone. My husband deployed to Germany. I had a high-risk pregnancy. My parents flew my sister to California to come and drive me across country so that my family could help me with the birth of my son. My husband did not see his son until he was 19 months old. They never bonded. The final one is, I was 16 and I wanted to escape an abusive living situation that I had found myself in. I married a sailor, and when he came back from his deployment in Hawaii, he used to verbally assault me and tell me all of the other women he had been with. I didn't know how to get a divorce. I just ran. As you will no doubt hear today, many children find themselves in a marriage situation that is no longer problem that they thought was possible. They never thought that they would be in this situation when they married. It isn't just the 16 and 17-year-old that are in love that they want to get married because one of them is pregnant. It's the 16-year-old being forced into a marriage because a 49-year-old man decided, I want to marry her, and approached her parents and said, I love your daughter. Here's some money if you just let me marry her. And due to states' laws and how lax some of them are when it comes to marriage, they only needed one parent's permission, and that person gave it and signed the paperwork, and that girl was married. And they were abused. There's so many different situations. I've heard of women being sent off to other countries that they don't know the language, they don't speak it, they're not from there, but their family is, because that one person knew them through somewhere. And it's different for each girl, but they all say the same thing, that he was a monster. Please never take me back into that situation again. Please do not bring another girl into that situation again. That is what I'm asked every single time. And I get approached by strangers who recognize me and say, thank you so much for ending this, for stopping this. I do not want another girl going through what I had to go through. Children do not have the right to marry because they cannot sign a legal contract. Marriage is a legal contract. You have to be 18 to sign a contract. Why do we allow 16-year-olds to sign a legal contract of marriage when it is 18? With HB 34FN, we are empowering children by ensuring that they wait until they decide on their own who they want to marry and why they want to marry, and not let an adult decide for them just because of money or whatever situation it is. There is no data that supports child marriage. It is not beneficial to one child, none. We do not allow exceptions to drinking, smoking, or driving ages. We set those ages based on people who can engage safely in those activities. We should not do the same with marriage. The likelihood of divorce is 80% for those who marry in mid-adolescence, then drops steadily. Delaying marriage until the mid-20s reduces one's likelihood of divorce to 30%. Women who marry at age 21 or younger experience worse mental and physical health and attain less education and earn lower wages than those who marry later. I've also, with the as lawmakers, we have an obligation to our citizens to lead them on a path of success. New Hampshire has made sure that the tools to empower these girls are available. They can access insurance through New Hampshire Medicaid. Services are available through Start Smart programs. Community action partnerships can help with their services of childcare, home visits, and supportive services. Girls can get the parental care they need through a variety of sources located throughout the state, and they can get rides to the care provider. In 2023, I think that a pregnant teen is on their own is a ridiculous, outdated notion. Marriage should not be encouraged just because it is viewed as a solution to a problem. There are many options for them out there if they want to keep the child. It is not just they have to get married. Pregnancy as exceptions to marriage age has been used to cover up rape and to force girls to marry their rapists. Marriage license data obtained from across the U.S. shows an alarming number of child rapists recently were handed marriage licenses instead of prison sentences. Sorry about that. Marriage, if New Hampshire creates a pregnancy exception while other states move on in the opposite direction, New Hampshire can easily become a destination wedding site where parents take their daughters who have been raped to force them into marriage. This is not what we want New Hampshire to be known as. Just a few months ago, Massachusetts just passed a law to raise it to 18, and other states are following in suit. And I am helping that fight in Vermont and Connecticut also. New Hampshire State Department calls marriage before the age of 18 a human rights abuse. Humans have the right to education, yet we know girls who marry before age 19 are 50% more likely than unmarried girls to drop out of school and 4 times less likely to complete college. We also have the right to live our lives free from violence. We have the right to employment, freedom of movement, and the right to consensual marriage. Child marriage denies many of its victims those rights. According to the UN Convention on the Child Rights, a child is defined as a human being below the age of 18. In all actions concerning children, whether undertaken by public or private social welfare institution, courts of law, administrative authorities, legislative bodies, the best interest of the child shall be the primary consideration, and child marriage does the opposite of that. And in the paperwork that I handed out is some data that I've collected on through partnerships that I've worked on throughout the years. Unchained at Last has provided a lot of the data when it comes to child marriages in the US. The UN has data on child marriage throughout the world. This is not a small third world country problem. This is a problem here in the US. It's a problem in England and many countries like us where we are more developed, where we are more have a better society and better places where we can take care of our children. So why is child marriage still a thing here in New Hampshire? Thank you.
Representative DeSimone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me how many marriages took place in the last 5 years in the state of New Hampshire under the age of 18?
I believe the last count was 5, and I believe that's 5 too many.
Follow up.
Thank you for that answer. So in that case, in your bill, you say that all marriages contracted by such persons shall be null and void. So are we to say that whether they want to stay in the marriage or not, their marriage will be now null and void because they married under the age?
No, if they
That's
are
what this says, ma'am. So
okay.
can you help me?
I do apologize for that. Unfortunately, my bill has a lot of issues with it. As you can see, none of my co-sponsors were listed. And even though they all signed off and I signed off, yeah. But
OSL is having some startup problems.
yes. So I just want all marriages, anybody that future wants, anybody that's 16 from whenever the date is from on that wants a marriage license has to wait until they are 18. That's my intent.
One more follow-up.
So would you be amenable to amend your bill and remove the such persons marriages contracted by such persons will be null and void? Would you be okay about removing that sentence?
Yes.
Thank you for your input.
Representative Grossman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward and for this important work. My question is, do you know of any legally binding agreements that someone below the age of 18 can enter?
No, they cannot even go onto the Disney Channel website without an adult supervision.
Disney's gone down.
Thank you.
Representative Petrigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can a married individual under the age of 18 file for a divorce?
No, they cannot because they can't contract a lawyer because a lawyer will not represent someone under the age of 18 because they can't get into a contract because they are under 18.
Thank you very much.
Representative Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. What is the current age of consent for sexual activity here in New Hampshire?
It is 16.
Okay. 16 or 18?
16.
16. Okay. And my follow-up question is, yes, please. Okay. Thank you. So to follow up, how does this intersect with New Hampshire's recent passing of a conditional emancipation procedure through the family court?
So with this does not touch that. This is just dealing with those that are under the age of 18. This does not touch emancipation just because that gets into a whole muddy mess of, as far as I know, they would still have to be 18 because the emancipated minor can still not drink. They still cannot drive. They can't vote. They can't, anything that is set age wise, they cannot do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I did a little bit of research and, you're more of an expert on this than I am, so I think you probably can answer the question. But what I found is that by virtue of becoming married, that minor would be emancipated and would be able to make legal decisions on their behalf.
That is not true
Okay.
because they are still under the age of 18. the only way that they can become emancipated is if they go through that process, and they are not right away emancipated right then and there just because they are married.
Thank you.
Chair has a question. Is it not true that much of what you said about age 16 is also true at age 18? A 49-year-old man marrying an 18-year-old. Probably someone who marries at 18 will not go to college, just like a 16-year-old wouldn't. That 18-year-olds marrying suffer abuse. And so many of the illustrations you used, to my mind, did not prove your point. It proved there are bad people doing bad things. And the fact that they're now 18 to have bad things done to them, they're still bad things, even though they're not 16. Would you agree that upping it to age 18 really doesn't prevent much of what you had said?
It helps them be able to fight back against those that have done wrong to them. It allows them to give them time versus allowing them to have their voices silenced for years. Because even though it is those 2 years between 16 and 18, if you look at a 16-year-old and you tell them you can go to college, you can do this. Yes, I have friends that chose not to go to college, that chose to go into the workforce right away. I went to a CTC school where they offered that. But a 16-year-old making that decision, being told what to do versus an 18-year-old being told what to do is very different, because the 16-year-old being told what to do is taught, listen to the mom, listen to your dad, listen to this person, whereas an 18-year-old is, when they're told what to do, they have a little bit less incentive to listen to that person, because they are now 18, they are now an adult, they have the right to make those decisions for themselves, versus a 16-year-old has less of a leg up than an adult does. It's harder for them to make those decisions, say, this is what I want, when a whole bunch of adults in the rooms is saying, no, you got to get married, no, you got to get married.
And my follow-up question is, I'm sorry, I forgot. How many 16 to 18-year-old marriages were there last year?
I believe last year, I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Representative Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't it true, though, that even though there's not a large difference in 2 years, whether it be 47 to 49 versus 16 to 18, that the human brain is still developing during the years of 16 to 18, and it reaches full development at age 25. So therefore, there is a significant difference, if you would agree. I believe that there is a significant difference between 16 to 18 versus 47 to 49.
Yes, I do agree with that.
Representative Bickford.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
It was common at one time that if a girl should get pregnant at 15, 16, in fact, it was very common when I was in high school. And sexual activity is even more common, I believe. It's just not the pregnancy is as common. But a number of those girls would get married. But who pays for the delivery of children that are not married? Would the parents of the girl, or where does insurance play into this that sort of thing? Do you know?
I am not sure about the insurance, because each insurance is so different from each other, and we have so many insurance companies out there, and each one has its own separate plan when it comes to childbirth and pregnancies. And I believe that there are services out there that can help expecting mothers, help them find the help that they need with that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Moulton for one more.
Just as a follow-up to the Mr. Representative Grossman,
No,
Bickford. Okay, I'm sorry.
it's Frau Grossman and Mr. Bickford. Okay.
Got it.
Got it? Is that right? Yeah.
Most insurance companies well cover maternity policies. So whether they're under their parent or whether they're under their spouse, maternity is vastly covered if they have an insurance policy. So.
We're getting a bit off here. So thank you. I see no more hands up. That doesn't mean there's no more hands up, but I see no more hands up. Thank you so much, because we got a lot of people wanting to come up here, most of them in favor of what you're doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And the chair recognizes Representative Ellen Reed, and right down here it says CFL. That is the Canadian Football League. If you were not wanting that, but children and family law, you came to the right place.
My deepest apologies, Mr. Chair.
There is no apology needed.
I did, in fact, mean child and family law.
I know you did.
Been doing this a little while. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Newmarket and Newfields. And I am, although apparently OLS has made some mistakes this year and I am not listed, I am, as I have always been, a co-sponsor on this bill. In fact, I would like to start, since we have so many new members this term, with the history of this bill. As a freshman in 2017, I was approached right after election, actually.
Representative Reed, we have a printout with all of the history of the bill in this committee.
Okay, but I have like a little personal.
You want to do this? You rehearse this?
Well, I didn't really. It's in my heart, rehearsed in my heart, Mr. Chair, if you would permit me.
Absolutely.
I was approached by a 16-year-old Girl Scout saying, "Why are 13-year-olds getting married in New Hampshire? And will you put this in?" And I said, "I absolutely will." Now, as a freshman, and a veteran ended up putting in the bill, but I was a co-sponsor. That term, and I need to be clear, I don't know how to put this. Speaker Jasper was the speaker. I believe Representative Welch was the chair. In other words, we were under Republican control, not to be partisan or anything, but just as a matter of fact. In that term, that bill, bringing the age of marriage up to 18, it came to Child and Family Law. It went to a subcommittee. It was unanimously passed at 18 out of the subcommittee in Republican control. It was unanimously passed out of the committee and on the floor on consent. That year, under full Republican control, it was pulled off of consent. I do want to, at this point, because of the rationale that was given to pull it off consent, address a couple of the questions that were asked that touched on that. The first thing is insurance. One of the things that was talked about when it was pulled off consent was, well, what about military people, guys going off to war, and how would their beloveds be covered for in the child if they weren't married? Well, in fact, insurance does very frequently, and military insurance does in particular, cover partners and also children. So if you are if you have a biological child on the way and you claim that as your child, it doesn't matter if you're married or not, that child is covered. Secondly, to answer more fully that original question, it's federal law that people have to be covered under their parents' insurance until the age of 27. So that obviously goes past 18. Also, we could have been at that point the first state to make this a law, 18-year-old marriage, just like that. But we weren't. And now some other states have done it. But in that very year, that previous year, in my town of Newmarket, there was a 13-year-old girl who was coerced by her parents to marry her 17-year-old abuser. They later got divorced because he was abusive. But the point is that this does happen. It's not only kind of the extreme examples of a predatory older man, but just parents coercing their child into doing something that isn't in the child's best interest. It has been stated before that nowhere in the legal universe is a signature of a minor worth a hill of beans. It's worth repeating that over and over again, because to emancipation, the following year, we did put in a bill, and that's where that partial emancipation comes in. But it's worth noting that emancipation is a legal thing. It's not binding to companies. So if you are a car rental company or you are a landlord, you don't have to rent to a 16-year-old. You don't. It doesn't matter that they're legally emancipated and can sign something. You're not forced into renting to them. So just because there's some partial emancipation that we were able to get the following year, it doesn't actually protect a 16-year-old who wants to leave. Another piece of legal problem that this has caused is when we did, and this is before I ever became a rep, actually a couple years before, we passed same-sex marriage, as you know. When we passed same-sex marriage, we passed it at 18, which now means that we have a discriminatory law on the books, which we have already said in our laws we cannot be discriminatory on the basis of sexual orientation. But it has become de facto the problem that we have already made same-sex marriage only legal. We are providing protection for same-sex couples, children, up until the age of 18, but we're not providing that same protection for heterosexual children. And I'll call them children because they're still under 18. So yes, in general, if you're under 18, you cannot give consent. Your signature doesn't mean anything. Back to the mind's not developing piece. That's a very important piece. Not only has your mind not developed, and I would say that subcommittee where it was unanimous under Republican control, that subcommittee, I listened to that entire subcommittee, and they said, if we could bring this to 25 and bring everything to 25, we would, because that's when the brain is finally done developing. But since we're not looking to change the age of voting, smoking, drinking, and everything else, 18 is where they settled because that's where everything else is set. But your mind is not developed at 16, but more than that, your mind is still developing. And if you are in a romantic and sexual relationship with who is in essence your guardian, that messes up your mental development at the age of 16. And that is why we are seeing the data that Cassie introduced, increased rates of abuse, physical abuse, mental illness, poverty, substance abuse, lower rates of education. Now it's true of 18-year-olds as well, of course, but why are we exacerbating the problem by including 16 and 17-year-olds? So yes, and the fact remains it is still used to paper over human trafficking. There was a rather notorious example, although there have been multiple ones that I could talk about, but one in Florida recently where I think it was probably so famous because it was a pastor in his 40s, late 40s, who impregnated, I believe, a 9-year-old. And the parents coerced the child into marrying him at the age of 10. And that only happened in the last few years. Also, there are other notable, famous people who have papered over these abusive, inherently abusive relationships. I mean that in the sense of the people that they were in relationship with were not of appropriate age. And they papered over, in these cases, by becoming their guardians first, which is the situation you get when you don't have a fully emancipated person married to somebody who is of age. Is they are, in effect, your guardian in some way. You're still going to school, if you're still going to school, potentially, and you go on a field trip, who are you going to get to sign your permission slip? Your husband? It's a problem. So these famous people who've done this.
We're going to need to wrap this up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you're right. I'm very close to being done. Grover Cleveland became an official guardian of the person he eventually married. Steve Tyler became the official guardian of someone he ended up in a sexual relationship with. And Prince is the one that hurts me the most, became the actual official guardian. Prince, yes, he became the official guardian of a 17-year-old. I know, it broke my heart to find that out as well. And so the point of this is that parents can and are convinced for a whole bunch of different reasons to coerce their child into getting into a marriage, whether it's they're poor and a rich person comes into their lives and say, hey, I'll give your child the best that there is to offer, or the child gets pregnant and the parents think, well, maybe it's best that they are taken care of by somebody else for whatever reason. A couple other, on that notorious day when it was pulled off consent, one of the other arguments was the idea of religion. There is no major religion that forces a person to marry someone under the age of majority, a child to marry. No major religion. There are religions that say that you should not have sex before marriage, but you've kind of missed the boat on that if they're already pregnant. So you can't just kind of like retroactively undo what you believe to be a sin just because you get married. Literally no major religion, and I did minor in religious studies, says that you have to get married. As a minor. And I did mention the same-sex discrimination thing and the insurance thing. So I think I got through all my notes, and I really appreciate your time.
Any questions for the representative? You know, the gist of what you were saying earlier on about how this Republican committee did this and the Republican, is one of your points that we all should vote Republican?
You know what's funny is that I think that might have come across that way upstairs earlier. An election law committee.
Yeah.
No, but I think the real point of that statement was this should not be partisan. And I think like many things.
That illustrates it.
That many things in this world that we're living in now have unfortunately become partisan, but there was a time where this was absolutely not partisan before it became partisan.
That's what I thought you meant.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Rosemary Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to stick to my written comments because I know they're under 3 minutes. But I want to thank you all for this opportunity to speak to you today on HB 34. For the record, my name is Representative Rosemary Rung from Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. Versions of this bill, as you know, have come before this committee, and the prime sponsor, Representative LeVake, has done a thorough job in presenting the facts and exposing the damage to girls from child marriage. So I'm not going to repeat any of that. I'm here as a co-sponsor who was left off the bill because, like you, as a legislator, I feel the need for our decisions to reflect Granite State values. One of the greatest values is individual freedom. After all, our motto is live free or die. It conjures up images of self-determination and the power of one person to control their destiny. But if this is really true, how can we tolerate a person, even just one, entering into a lifelong commitment which is solely dependent on the decisions of others? Every other person in New Hampshire can marry without the parents' approval and without a judge's approval, but 16 and 7-year-olds can't do that. Why? Because they are too young to make the decisions for themselves. And if they are too young to make it themselves, then no one should make it for them. And we must pass HB 34. We must respect that a minor is too young to make the decision on their own. They're too young to shoulder the burden and responsibility of marriage. 16 and 17-year-olds are minors for a reason: to continue their education, to complete their adolescence, and to gain life experiences to shape their goals and dreams, which may or may not result in the decision to marry. Passing HB 34 gives minors the extra years to develop and self-determine their future without requiring others to approve a decision that should solely be theirs. Thank you for your time. I think I'm well under my 5 minutes, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions for Representative Rung?
Great.
Seeing none,
Okay, thank you.
I'll call Sebastian Fuentes.
Here I am again. Good afternoon again. Sebastian Fuentes, Movement Politics Director for Rights and Democracy. And I'm here in my capacity of a parent. You know, I have a 17-year-old, I have an 11-year-old, I have a 3-year-old, I have a stepson, is 7 years old, and I have a daughter that is almost 2. So no, I'm here to support this bill because I don't think 16 is actually an appropriate age to get married. And I also for about 20 years I work in the hospitality industry, and I notice at that age, at 16 years old, there's a lot of limitations of how much work you can do. So if you cannot work your 40 hours, if you cannot make money, who's gonna support that family? You know, and if you have a child, who's gonna support that child? You know, if that happened to me, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be me, if that was the case. So I'm just here really briefly to just support this bill, because I think 16, 17 is not an appropriate age to get married, but 18 maybe, but still it's better than 16 years old. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Jess Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to stalk you and follow you around to every committee you run. That's sort of my strategy.
We both got reappointed to oversight.
So I'm Representative Jess Edwards. I represent Rockingham District 31. That's Auburn, Candia, Chester, and Deerfield. I put 5 minutes on the card. I may run just a little long. And my rationale for maybe running a little long is that I think I'm on the blue sheet. I'm the only one in favor of marriage. I'm a advocate of the institution. Well, I'm an advocate for the institution of marriage, and I was married 41 years. We met at a very tender age. The commitment to my bride never wavered. So I would like to point out, since the talk about pulling things off of consent was mentioned earlier by Representative Reed, I was one of the people that helped pull that off of consent and convince a majority of the people in the House that it was a bad bill. And when it came back, on a very rare instance of a consent, pulling something off of consent getting flipped, this was kind of a highlight for me because it was a bad bill. It banned up to the age of 18. When it came back, it ended up that the House, a majority of the House and the Senate, agreed to prohibit marriage at 14 and 15. We kept the age at 16, 17 intentionally, I think, because we recognized the science of biology that our law on consent happens to be in line with, and that when individuals begin to engage in sexual congress, a baby is often produced. When that baby is produced, as we all know, a tremendous responsibility is created. There are still a great many people, even at a tender age when pregnant, would want to keep that baby and raise the baby. And for those people, I'd take a look at their individual right to self-determination. And I don't want us to skip past this, because what this bill does is it stereotypes and blankets and wraps a net around all people of a particular age demographic, regardless of the individual's desires and intent and capability. And so we go from a state where we say live free or die to a state where we eliminate an individual right to follow up on their natural biology. So I would point out that we've talked in the past when this bill has come up about the military, and I know, having been in the military for 33 years and having had young soldiers in my commands, that there are times where a young soldier will choose to marry his young bride and bring her and any children into a military family. And because the military treats its families as part of the unit, and the institution of marriage is there to, they don't get insurance as much as they get eligibility at a medical hospital to come in. I think the military argument is still that if a father or mother is killed in combat and they've been married to the spouse and the child comes from that, the psychology of it is that the children tend to be very much better adjusted if they knew that they were brought in to the world through a process of recognizing and committing to their love. The other arguments that have been mentioned here about high rates of domestic violence, I think it was even mentioned higher rates of HIV and AIDS, higher rates of divorce. I think these are just general, and I think the chair mentioned this. I think these are just basically attacks on the institution of marriage itself. There's nothing that was in that testimony that differentiated that based on an age difference that these bad, negative things are more likely to happen. I sort of believe in love still. I'm kind of a crazy guy that way. And I think if two people find themselves early, that it's entirely possible to commit to it. I'm reminded of Representative Harry Bean, who many of you know, who he and his wife met at the age of 15 and 16 and were married shortly thereafter. And after 50 years of marriage, they're still kicking around and they're together. So we can't wrap this net of state control over this entire demographic and treat them as a unified group of people. These are all individuals trying to live their lives. So let's go back to the pregnancy at the age of 16 or 17 after the state has, blessed the conduct of sexual intercourse. And the pregnancy exists. If this HB 34 were in place, let's think about this from the couple's perspective. We can't get married. The state has taken a position that bans us from getting married, much like we ban, huffing toxic vapors. We've banned marriage as something that we perceive to be toxic, and I disagree with that. So what kind of choices do they have? Well, I think this turns out to be a pro-abortion bill. Because if they don't have the option to get married, then they got to start looking at other ways of handling their life circumstance. And all of a sudden, we make abortion very easy, and that's just social policy in New Hampshire. So all of a sudden, abortion gets to be a good option. If they choose to carry the baby to term, it was mentioned earlier about Medicaid. So without the benefit of marriage, the propensity of going on Medicaid and welfare and other types of social support increase. It has the state basically saying, hey, you can't get married. We're going to act like your parent. We're going to take care of you as though we were your parents. And I don't think that's the role of the state. The other option is to go find a sanctuary state. We've heard about sanctuary states. So why wouldn't there be a sanctuary state where kids this age can go off and get married and come back to New Hampshire with the benefit of a marriage granted by another state? Under federal law, New Hampshire would be obligated to recognize the sanctity of that marriage. So all we're doing is saying, hey, drive 15 miles or whatever to go to Vermont or Maine and get married and come back, and the state is irrelevant. We've done something ugly to you, but don't worry, we're irrelevant because you can cross state lines and get this taken care of. In the old days, when I was young, we would call this shacking up. That's another option. You could just choose to live with each other without the benefit of marriage. And I don't know. There are advantages to that option, but I would encourage the people to seriously think through the benefits of stability that come with marriage. So if we take away marriage as an option, we're putting in its place choices of abortion, welfare, running away to sanctuary states, just living in sin. No, that's not sin. I mean, come on. That's a euphemism. I don't actually mean that. But you know what I'm saying. We're giving we cannot control their behavior, even though this bill is trying to control their behavior. What we can do is we can limit their options and force them to take other options that are not as attractive, I don't think. So I guess in summary, I would say we need to think of this as an individual freedom issue. How many people have been married since the bill eliminated the ability of 14 and 15-year-olds to get married? I think we've heard 5 in 5 years. It was hard because we heard different numbers in different contexts. So this is not a huge problem. The problems that we heard are historical. Grover Cleveland, for God's sake. I mean, that didn't even happen in New Hampshire. The situation down in Florida with a 9-year-old, that's not New Hampshire. And Florida does crazy stuff all the time. We're talking about New Hampshire law. We've already banned 14 and 15. We're allowing the individual freedom at this point for 16 and 17-year-olds. And if we were talking today about a 13-year-old's ability to opt in to having puberty blockers, this entire conversation would be flipped in an instant. And you all know it. Right. So let's try to achieve some consistency on the principles of individual freedom and respect for an institution that's vital, I think, to providing social stability and has the best opportunity, I think, of creating a safe and secure environment to raise kids, to be productive. And really, that's my testimony. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions for the representative? Okay, Representative Gregg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative Edwards, for being here and for your testimony. And I also thank you for your service to our country. As a question with that, you did speak about the military and people getting married, how important all that is to you. Do you know what the age is that you can legally sign up to be in the military?
Well, it's 18 on your own. I think you can go down to 17. The age actually changes depending on the needs of the military, and given they're in such a tough recruiting situation, it may have been lowered. But the last I knew, it was 17 with the parental consent and 18 with on your own. And if I may, that reminded me of something else. In New Hampshire, and this is the fourth term this issue has come up that I've been in, and nobody has refuted the process that we have here in New Hampshire. If you have somebody under the age of 18, they need parental agreement that the marriage license be issued, and then there's a magistrate review as well to ensure that there's not internal family coercion and the like. And so the concerns about, child brides and people getting coerced, we've built in safety caps here in New Hampshire to try to eliminate that. I think we had a bill a year or two ago that specifically made coercion in marriage or abortion illegal. So I gave you a much longer answer than you asked. Sorry.
Follow up, Representative Gregg.
Yes, I'm a learner. I always appreciate the information. You also said that you are for the sanctity of marriage.
Yes.
Which I am as well. Do you know that would you believe that the current statistics for divorce are over 50%?
I was married 41 years. I'm surprised it's 50%.
And when
to tell you the truth, but that does not, because this is an individual issue.
Sure.
Individuals make that decision. The state doesn't step in and say 50% is unacceptable. Too many of you are getting divorced. We're going to set up a marriage review board before any licenses.
Let me finish.
No, I'm giving you my answer still. I understand the 50%, but that does not create an opportunity for the state to step in and add additional regulation to an individual choice. I'm very pro-choice as well.
And sticking with our
Keep
mutual...
going, Representative Gregg. You can follow up.
Thank you. And sticking with our mutual agreement that the sanctity of marriage is a good thing, would you believe that if for children getting married under 18, that statistic jumped up to 70% end up in divorce?
Of the 5 kids that have been married in New Hampshire since we changed the law to prohibit under the age of 16, how many of them have been divorced? I mean, let's talk about New Hampshire. Do we know that there's any problem with any of those 5? Do we want to go bust into any houses and pull people apart and say, you guys shouldn't have gotten married? We don't approve of this conduct? No. So I do not think you can strictly look at the choices of individual freedom on the basis of broad demographic statistics.
But we're okay with not being able to.
Hang on. What? It's no. It's that's the signal for may I follow up. This is the signal for
Got
yes,
a whole
you
lot of
may.
newbie energy. I
know.
apologize.
You're good.
And with all due respect.
Indeed.
But we're okay with making sure that we limit military involvement till 18.
Well, they can get married, they can go into the military sooner than that. And the military is kind of a unique situation where we're specifically trying to take people and make them physically and mentally capable of going out and on order killing others and breaking things. So there's a kind of a high standard of antisocial behavior that we ask the military to get kids ready to perform for us. So going into the military is a different life choice than puberty blockers or early marriage.
Okay, we are now going to hear from Representative Petrigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. What options does someone have under the age of 18 if they're in a loveless or abusive relationship that they can't get out of, since divorce is not allowed for individuals under the age of 18? How do they manage living in that kind of a circumstance?
I'm not an attorney. I'm certainly not a family law attorney. I've heard it put into testimony that that people under the age of 18 can't go get a divorce attorney and file for divorce. This is the 4th term this bill has come up. You would think that the sponsor of this bill would have fixed that. You know, I would be a strong advocate of an amendment that said, filing for divorce is a legal option at any age, and that's the standard way in which we let people get out of the kind of negative marriage that you just described.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the 5th term when we talk about this, and I hope you ITL this.
The chair recognizes Emma Savini from New Futures and the loving sister of Chloe. You wish. We've had this chat before.
I think so.
I do. You know Chloe Savini, famous actress.
Oh, yes.
And she's not related.
So thank you, representatives, for hearing my testimony today. As mentioned, my name is Emma Savini. I am the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures, which is a nonprofit that advocates, educates, and collaborates for the health and wellness of all Granite Staters. We support this bill as a measure to help improve children's behavioral health across the state. Children's behavioral health is a clear priority for New Hampshire, as evidenced in the 10-year mental health plan and the continued investments in our system of care. As you've heard from the bill sponsor and other advocates today, child marriage is often accompanied by parental coercion in the forms of potentially physical or emotional abuse, and physical, emotional, and sexual abuse between spouses. These types of abuse are commonly referred to as adverse childhood experiences when they occur before the age of 18. Those are often abbreviated to ACEs. ACEs are widely studied traumatic events that children can experience during childhood and that have lasting and devastating consequences throughout life. ACEs have been linked to negative consequences such as poor education and job potential. They've been also linked to dangerous health consequences such as higher rates of cancer, diabetes, heart disease, back pain, and higher risk of suicide. But there is hope. ACEs can be prevented. The CDC cites promoting social norms that protect against violence and adversity as one of the top ways for preventing ACEs. This bill is a simple way to advocate for that strategy. Passing this legislation will continue to advance New Hampshire's commitment to ensuring that the Granite State is a safe place for all children. And I would encourage you, and New Futures would encourage you, to vote this bill OTP. Happy to take any questions.
I'm in awe that you were so articulate in such a brief amount of time.
Well, thank you.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you.
Thank
Love
you.
to Chloe. Chair recognizes Representative Nancy Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Nancy Murphy. I'm co-sponsor of the bill and represent Hillsborough County District 12, the town of Merrimack. I'm here in support of HB 34. I just want to I agree and share my perspective briefly on some of the points made prior. You know, it goes without saying that, you know, we've talked about marriage being a legal contract and that children cannot legally enter into such contracts. Representative LeVake mentioned in her testimony that, you know, the question is, you know, our 16 and 17-year-olds, do they know what love is and do they understand that? And, you know, I'd suggest that indeed it is. I met my husband when I was 15 years old, dated for 5 years, got married when I was 20. And we've been married for 44 years. Never dated another person, and I'm happily married. And I realized how fortunate I was. I was a junior in nursing school at BU at the time, and my husband was 3 years older than I was. And I would suggest that much of the reason that my life has been as easy in many ways as it was because, number one, I was allowed to continue my education because I had really supportive parents. They had a home where we were able to live in an apartment within that home. And many kids now, given housing prices and the tuition for schools, you know, an unplanned pregnancy or a decision that they may enter into because they love somebody, but really don't get the big picture of what comes down the line. For me, it's been 6 children, a lot of foster children, and I truly believe that the foundation that I was afforded and the time that I was afforded to grow up and mature, even with my husband at 20, we're now 64 and 66. And, you know, we're just like anybody, you know, you're the same person you probably were in many ways, but you also grow and develop. And that was one of the other things that was raised, the difference between, you know, well, why 16, not 18? You know, as a nurse too, you know, I think of the, you know, development of the prefrontal cortex. And that area of our brain is responsible for things like planning, prioritizing, controlling impulses. 18-year-olds, you're finishing up puberty. You have you know, these kids have a greater sense of themselves developmentally, and a greater capacity for developing healthy romantic relationships. I think when we have the opportunity and the knowledge and how to improve our kids' lives, and we acknowledge their abilities and their development, I don't think we would ever want to go backward. You know, and we should look at you know, protecting our kids, protecting their future children, and society in general by passing this bill. So that's it. Short and sweet.
You're not 64.
I am. Yeah. Indeed. Yes.
Wow.
I just get started young, you know.
Thank you so
I'm
much,
old and
Representative. Yeah, thank you so much, Representative. The chair recognizes Lynn Stanley. And also, I am now cutting off no more pink cards. We will finish the 3 that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Lynn Stanley. I am the Executive Director of the National Association of Social Workers, New Hampshire chapter, representing over 800 members in our state. And I'm here urging you to support setting this bright line legislation, which means no exceptions. I guess I would caution us about getting too much into maturity, right? Because this isn't about maturity. We may know 16-year-olds who are very mature. We may know 50-year-olds who are not. It's not about maturity. It's about legal rights and responsibilities that individuals obtain when they turn 18, regardless of their maturity level. A child cannot enter into legal contracts, like they can't secure housing, they can't secure legal assistance, they can't go to a domestic violence shelter. The 16 or 17-year-old is still in most ways legally a child, and when married, they are now legally trapped by their adult spouse. As previously mentioned, if the father of a baby wants to co-parent, he can easily do so outside of marriage by establishing paternity. The baby could be covered by his insurance. A service member can designate anyone as the beneficiary of their service member's group life insurance, regardless of marital status. The numbers, the very low numbers, we have very low numbers of children, 16 and 17-year-olds who are getting married. However, New York and Massachusetts both recently passed bright line legislation, meaning that they've set the bar at 18. I'm also the executive director of NASW Vermont, working very hard to get it passed in Vermont as well. It is only a matter of time before those numbers go up. We can anticipate this number rising given child marriage is a tactic used by child traffickers to further control their victims, but now from a legal standpoint. Taking a 16-year-old across state lines can be a federal crime. Taking your wife across state lines is absolutely okay. By setting no exception legislation and only allowing those who are over the age of 18 to marry, state shopping ends. Child rapists can be punished and not wed to their victims. Child trafficking under the guise of marriage will end, and we basically can stop this form of human slavery. Thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you may have.
The chair recognizes Representative Petrigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I found your testimony to be very compelling. Would you be willing to submit something in writing that we could have for the record?
I have something in writing. I try to keep my written testimony to one page. I am very happy to, I could give you a thesis on this if you would like.
Thank you.
I'll keep it to this and I'll turn it in. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Panic, I am so sorry.
My first question, too.
Okay, everyone pay special attention, and Representative, closer to the mic so we can hear every word of it.
What really got my attention is what you're talking about is the child trafficking element of it. And when we know what's going on with the border security issue down in Texas and Arizona, are you anticipating an increase of child marriages?
I would not be surprised. Thank you for the question. I can't predict the future. I would not be surprised if the states that are around Massachusetts, New York, I believe Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I-93 is a corridor of all sorts of stuff, right? And so if you're shopping for where you can legally marry your 16 or 17-year-old that you're trafficking, New Hampshire's the next stop up on 93.
So this is a
follow up?
No, I want to say one more thing. So this is a national security issue as well. And we are also trying to protect the children from what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Well done. You're first. Not bad. Yeah. Anyone else, first or otherwise? All right, I have a card. I'm going to do my best on this. Dan or Dawn Albrecht? Your handwriting got a little worse from the last card.
That's because I banged it out.
You only rescued it by good testimony. So,
Dana Albrecht,
Dana Albrecht,
Nashua, New Hampshire. Just very briefly, I'd point out the cultural norm widespread these days is for people to have sexual relations outside of marriage. Number two, I don't think the state has any business, regardless of gender or orientation, interfering what any two people above the age of consent do behind closed doors with regard to those relations. With that said, I have to ask, what is the state's policy concerning people below the age of consent to have relations with someone else changing their gender or orientation, and why? Sort of a rhetorical question. And lastly, there remains a cultural and religious minority who sincerely held beliefs are that they would prefer to wait until after they are married to have sexual relations. And I would just ask what the state's policy is towards two people who are above the age of consent to have sexual relations, whether they're allowed to get married first if those constitute their sincerely held religious beliefs. And again, just a question rhetorically for the committee. And I'm done. I'm not really prepared to answer questions.
Okay.
But if you have any, I'll try.
Looks like you're off the hook.
Thank you.
Normally, state representatives go ahead of the line unless they're on the committee. That's why we're saving for last Representative Perez. You know, my wife, who spent a year of college in Mexico, cannot her R's, and I can, and she's jealous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. With all the respect, before I do my testimony, I want to be very clear that I asked for permission to my kids and my family to be able to testify and to chair. So I'm just going to say it in Spanish because some of my relatives, they're watching. Yo pedí consentimiento de mi familia para poder testificar hoy día y contar mi historia. ¿Por qué apoyo este bill? Y por qué es muy importante para mí y para muchas víctimas que han sido casadas de una edad menores. Okay, so I'm going to start. Thank you, everyone, for listening to my testimony today. My name is Maria Perez. I was born in El Salvador. I'm going to start by sharing that I was raped by my own father when I was 5 years old. When I turned 15 years old, my parents met someone who was a U.S. citizen. They made an arrangement for get money from him, a monthly sum. And he brought me here. When I got here, I learned that he was previously married 3 times. He had 5 kids older than me. He was an alcoholic. He was an abusive man. I didn't know the language. I didn't know my rights. I was abusive for 11 years. As a minor, he used to get really drunk, beat me up. And when the neighbors used to call the cops, he used to hide me in the closet. When the cops used to knock the door, he used to open the door. One of the kids who speak English opened the door and said, "Nothing is going on. We're just having fun." I had black and blue eyes. I was sexually assaulted by my stepkids. I lost a baby when I was still a minor. I got beat up so many times. Beat up. When I had my son at 22, my mother, which was brought up by my ex-husband here, with a visa, went into the hospital and forced me to sign a letter saying that I want to get my tubes tied after I had my second child. The doctors say, you're not 26. And I say, I know, I don't want to get my tubes tied. But my ex-husband and my mother made the decision. They didn't want me to have any children with anybody else if I ever get divorced from my ex-husband. I was forced to get my tubes tied. When I got divorced after all these abuse by my ex-husband, I remarried the love of my life, my husband now. It was so hard for me to tell him that I wasn't able to give him kids because I was forced by my own mother and my ex-husband to get my tubes tied. That's why I'm here to let you know that I'm asking all of you from this committee to support this bill. And that's why, since I got divorced, I told myself for the rest of my life, I will work hard to support any victims, not just from sexual assault and domestic violence, for immigrants like myself. Not just I got sexual assault by my father, but I was sexual assault at the border. Tried to escape from not getting pregnant by my own father. I'm asking you to support this bill, because even though that I trying my best to be strong, it's a scar that I always gonna have for the rest of my life. Please support this bill. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. This concludes the hearing. If the sponsor, the prime sponsor of the bill, wishes to file any amendments, that is not a requirement, but if you do, you got a couple weeks. We won't take this bill up for a couple of weeks. Maybe OSL by then will find out the names. Well, they were told the names of your co-sponsors, and maybe they'll actually put it on a piece of paper for you.
Yeah.
But that's up to you. Just let me know.
Yeah, and I also wanted to comment that there was some things said about the military requirements when entering. You have to be 18. If you are 17 or 16, you sign a promise, and you can get out of that at any point before you're 18, whether that's a few months or a year, or a year or two, and the military has to say, okay, you get out, and you also have to have your GED too.
We don't normally take testimony after the hearing is over, but I appreciate that. So next week, same place at 9:30, we're going to have another educational meeting with Richard Head from the Justice Department and Cassandra Sanchez from the Office of Child Advocate. Then at 10:30, we're going to take a look. I'll go slow if you want to write it down. We're going to take a look at House Bill 126. This will be in the calendar, but I'm giving you advance notice. 126, accrual date for child support payments, Representative Spillane. At 11 o'clock, we hope to look at House Bill 108, confidentiality of reports, Representative Spillane. 1 o'clock, House Bill 151, Committee to Study Unmarried, and that's Representative Maggiore. 1:30, House Bill 218, Court Rules and Transcripts, Representative Bernardi. 126, 108, 151, to 18. Each of these is found on the House website. Go under committees, go to Children and Family Law, and then punch up bills that are in our possession, and you'll have the entire text of the bills.
Chairman, do we leave these or take them?